Alright, let's get this party started. Let's do this, do that, and then... Hey, look! It's me again! It's only been like, what, a year and a half or something like that? Man, it's been a little too long since, I've made any form of content, and trust me, I'm kind of broken up about it the same way you guys are. It's just, I don't know what to say. I guess, life got to me. These things do happen, but, I'm here to make amends. I'm here to make some content, do some models. But yeah, let's just, chill out. I think what I'm going to do is go to my social medias and, just put the link out there so, we can get as much people in here as possible for the welcome back, shenanigans that we're about to have. But, yeah, other than that, let me test my setup here. Let's see. Okay, so audio sounds pretty good at least. It's not feedbacking into itself anymore. But getting back into the groove of things. So, I got something pretty cool here. So, my OBS, I have my, this is my other computer, the one that I used to stream with. Well, actually, to be more specific, it's streaming right now. It's the same computer. But, I would run SolidWorks and stream at the same time. And, that proved to be a little bit strenuous for the computer. So this is the view of the same computer that's streaming right now. But I got a new one after that. So this view, if you look here, for example, change it to my Twitter. This is from my Framework laptop. And I think it's working a treat right now. Yeah, I got this laptop a number of months ago, and I really like it so far. I was a little bit skeptical about something that is, that thin to be able to do SolidWorks stuff, but, surprisingly, SolidWorks, runs on a very... surprisingly minimal system specs, at least for the simple stuff, at least for, CAD model today, where it's just, a few bodies and, it's not, overly large assemblies, because when you start putting assemblies, it really starts getting bogged down. But, for the everyday stuff, it really does work a treat. So, yeah. Here I have SolidWorks running, and this was the Uno reverse card that I played on you for yesterday. I hope you enjoyed that. But yeah, let's let people know that we are live. So let's do that. Tweet. My laptop is sitting on something. Yep, its own power cord. Let me flip it around like this. Should be a bit better. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So now I can dedicate one computer to doing SolidWorks, and then the other one, is dedicated to streaming. So already I'm seeing a lot better performance going at 54 frames a second, which was a little faster, but I'll take it. I'll take it. But I'm back, and I'm back. Let's just do that. There we go. Yeah, people gotta come in to see what's happening. Oop. Let me do this. Just copy the hashtags from one of here. So there's that. Let's make sure my YouTube community. Create post. I'm back, and then I could actually put Fine. Wish you didn't have to cookie me, but here we are. Do this. Okay, so let's do it to my LinkedIn as well. I don't know, the formatting got all messed up, but that's okay. And there's no easy way to make an Instagram post, but here, let me figure it out. The thing is, I gotta attach it. I'll just leave it on there for right now. Yeah, but if you're in the chat, just let me know how things have been going with you guys. You know, even though I was really, really hammered with, you know, a lot of my personal stuff, you know, I thought about you guys a lot, and, you know, trying to make a comeback, and, you know, I'll tell you some stories of where I've been, but, you know, I'd like to hear from you. Let's do this thumb. PNG. Let's see, I know I saw it here somewhere. Okay, this isn't the most ideal picture, but I can do that. How do I want to do this? As you could see, I haven't worked everything out, but, you know, I just want it to be, I just want it to be back, you know, for lack of a better term. Like, I could have, you know, spent more time, you know, waited more days, but, you know, I think at the end of the day, you just gotta do those baby steps and just go for it. Alright, so I got a thumbnail image of my phone. Yeah, that's the annoying thing about Instagram. You always have to do it via mobile. So let's try this. We are going to create a story. And this story will have this picture. I'm back. Say swipe up to join. Yeah. Doing something like that. And oh shoot, I gotta get a link. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, I can just get it from the Discord. Let's go here, I'm live. We're going to copy the link. I wish Instagram could make this a little easier. I gotta be honest, I actually don't remember how to do this. I might just leave this for another time. There's only a few buttons. just say checkout. Link in bio. That'll have to do from now. Annoying. I'll have to look that up. I used to be able to put a link. So story. Okay, that was a bit of a crapshoot, but I think we're back here. So we're done with the blast. So yeah, actually, while we see a couple more people have trickled in, that is fantastic. We love that. I wanted to check back on the Discord a little bit and, you know, just see, you know, some of the stuff you guys have done. You know, it's been a while since I have looked at it in the past, you know, couple of weeks, but, you know, I wish I was a little bit more attentive to the messages that were being sent through here. Ooh, what's this? I just printed this. That's a pretty neat dragon. That's actually a really good quality print. I thought it was a resin print at first, but no, that's FDM. It's just really good quality. Oh my god, enough of the pop-ups. Okay, can I use Discord now? Any more pop-ups? But anyway, as I was saying, this is a fantastic little print here. Give that a little fire. Yeah, good job, Master. Even though I'm like a couple months late with that. Oh yeah. I think I did go into this his live presentation, but if you guys don't know Yaya, he's an amazing producer in the SolidWorks community. Specializes in animations, and by God, he is so good at it. You know, so if you see any content with his name on it, you better check it out, I'd say. You know, he's very talented. What is this here? A bi-directional thread. Yeah, that's a little bit cursed, but very cool at the same time. Printed with an FDM machine. Yamato, yeah, I remember him. That's pretty dope. The new signature. Ooh, yeah, because SolidWorks did change. SolidWorks did change CEOs. Oh yeah, and this is stuff for the Steam Deck. So what I really like about Valve, you know, the Steam Deck is a console, basically a PC. And, you know, I made this a long time ago when I had pre-ordered it, basically. But, you know, I've waited so long. Here, give me a sec. Look, I actually have... Put my hand... I actually have one now. Yeah, and it's pretty neat. So, what's really cool about Valve, the company that produces this, is that they released all the Steam Deck CAD, like literally the production CAD. So, you know, if you wanted to, like, you know, model in 3D print like a custom stand or custom grips or anything like that, you know, you don't have to guess at the measurements. You just, you know, go to this link. You go to this link. Why is it $5? External site. Yeah, I thought it was GitHub. Yeah, they have all the stuff here in this GitHub, I believe. Yeah, well, as you can see, I like downloaded. It was a step file and had it in SolidWorks, which is kind of cool. But yeah, you know, so maybe at some point we can model some accessories for this thing. This would be, I think, would be pretty neato. All right, let me see if I can put it down without falling down into my mess of wires. Yeah, something I realized is that I need to get a USB hub for my streaming computer, because basically every USB port is used, and I actually had to unplug one of my other accessories just to make it all work. I mean, it's working now, I think. You know, chat's not completely, or I guess I say that viewers aren't completely empty because everything's, you know, going terribly or whatever. The good old share your work channel. Yamato Gamer with the render. I really like the materials he applied here, and just the overall shape of this lamp head is very cool. Yeah, pretty smooth. Looks like there would be a boundary or a loft. But yeah, I really like the composition and the rendering he used. What is this? Redesign my XZ axis for my custom CNC router. Dude, that is so cool. What do you think of most of the plate? What do y'all think? Most of the plates will be welded to each other. Looks pretty sturdy to me. Yeah, I mean, my initial thought, you know, this is very good work. I think you could even take more out for, you know, if you wanted to make it a little bit lighter. I mean, definitely depends on what you're going for, but great work. Skier skiing skis. Oh yeah, good old Kirby. Oh my gosh, good old Virus. I hope I get to say hi to Virus today, but you know, I know he's in a very awkward time zone, which, you know, as an aside, I actually want to do a bit of research to see, you know, if I stream on the weekends, you know, basically I can adjust the start time of my streams to make it a little bit more friendly to the people on the other side of the world. Like, for example, Yaya, who, you know, is a very he's a frequent visitor of my streams. I think my streams start at like 2 a.m. for the poor guy. So, you know, I'm hoping to see if I can adjust the start time. Oh my god, good old Wellments. Yeah, but this looks awesome. Awesome work from Virus. And of course, Yaya, you know, he's also not only is he passionate about animations, but he's also extremely passionate about certification, which is awesome. You know, just improving yourself in every way that you can. You know, there's, you know, I think is a very admirable path to go down, and I enjoyed going through all of this. Alright, again, Skier skiing skis with his CNC router. Man, this is actually something I've always wanted to do. Prop to this guy. Just Skier skiing skis. I'm getting better at saying it every time I do. But yeah, no, that's... Man, I've always wanted to do this. Props to this guy for actually doing it. You know, that is really incredible. Oh, hey, actually, I think he just posted in the general. Let's see. Watching the stream right now, and I thought I'd update my router. Bro, this is so cool. You know, I gotta be perfectly honest with you. I am jealous of you right now. That is absolutely amazing. You're doing what has been on my list of stuff to do for a while, and you're out here just getting it done. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, that is so cool. Here, I want to actually see this a little closer. Man, that's a large envelope that it can take care of too. Yeah, check out the plates too. Man, that is awesome. And you know, and just out of curiosity, since you're watching the stream, I'm just curious, between design and actually producing it, did you run into any difficulties? And of course, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I'm just curious because like a lot of this looks, pretty dang close to the CAD. And whenever I try and do something, whenever I try and design something, I print it out for the first time and I have to like change something about it. Like, oh, I'm blocking a port, I'm made a stand for something and I'm blocking a port on a case, and I have to redo some of this stuff. So I'm curious if you experienced any of that in this. But that is really amazing, though. Yeah, I can imagine you'd be able to make some very intricate wood carvings. And actually, that reminds me, I have a coworker who has a CNC machine similar to this. He does woodworking, but he does topography. So basically, like you can take a topo, as they're called, of like pretty much anything you want. You could do like land or a certain surface, and he's able to basically route the wood out to have that shape. And he does it with all sorts of fancy bits of wood, and his work is very good. Maybe with his permission I'll show you guys sometime, but I imagine he has a machine similar to this. Really, really great stuff, though. Really proud of you, man. Oops. Let's go back to the Discord. You can see I got some games installed, but... Right. Alright, let's go back here. So I was going through here. Oh, I remember seeing this post. This was a while ago. Yeah, this is a year ago. Man, that's awesome. That's... Here, let's put it... Can we do a side-by-side? So... This... And this. Man, that's incredible. Oh, check that out. So is that looks like that's 3D printed. So I guess, did you prototype it with 3D printing first and then had it machined out? Sorry, I'm just so fascinated by this. I'm spending a lot of time looking at it, but that definitely worth. All right, Risky Bam. Oh, I remember Risky. It's amazing how long 6,000 3mm holes will add to render time. Oh yeah, that will bog down your computer for sure. But yeah, it's all good. All good. Get more of the router, very cool. And Virus very much enjoying Keyshot, which is fantastic software, by the way. However you get your hands on it, it's pretty good for rendering SolidWorks stuff out. I try and use more out of the box stuff, so the idea being, if you have at least like a student edition of SolidWorks, you can follow along a lot of my tutorials. But get your hands on Keyshot, you definitely can make some cool stuff happen. So what's this? Fluid Sim. Oh, that's so fascinating. I haven't seen anything like this before. Like a simulation of like hydraulics or something. I wonder if you can answer, that like Facebook meme of like, there's like a bunch of containers that are connected in all sorts of weird ways, and they say which one will fill up first, and then people like to argue about it. I wonder if you could solve that with this. What do you think of my router assembly? Yep, man. It's actually kind of cool to like really see snapshots of this project. Try not to spill my drink over myself. What is this? Yeah, you're saying test. scored on. Okay. Been absent for a while. I wouldn't know anything about that. Finishing first year of college. And making some bits on my Insta. Very nice. A good old blue shell. You know, this reminds me of the the background video I have for the CSWA video. Yeah, but shells are the you know, patterning for shells is actually kind of tricky because it's not a perfectly consistent surface. Oh, honey dipper. I've done that for my model of the day, but I think Virus beat me to it for sure. Honey dipper keychain. Pretty nice. Each frame is 3 minutes. A 10-second clip is 15 hours. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Fluid Sim is hard to get down. I mean, I've tried using Blender. You know, doesn't take quite that long, but admittedly, I think that these results look better than what I produced. Specifically, I'm talking about the overshot water wheel. Yeah, I forget which one is that. Strawberry juice or lemonade. That's really funny. Latest SOLIDWORKS certification. For presenting SOLIDWORKS certifications 101. Wow, that's meta. I don't have this one. Man, you guys are really, really amazing. Yeah, and then I think this I'm back to where I was. You know, a long time ago. Alright, well, I think this has been a good catching up time. I'll keep my eye on the chat, but just in case. Well, not sure if the chat's updating. Oh, that's a good call. Maybe my stream is broken. Let's see. I mean, I would not be surprised if that were the case. So just give me a second to check. Oh, it must be that it needs to be on top. Okay, I was about to say, like, what? Chat's a little quiet. You know, I know I've been gone for a long time, but yeah, let me go through some of these. Sanjay, hey Rob, great to see you, man. Great to see you too. Rupert is live again. I sure am. Okay, generics here. Yay, that's my router. Yep, that's for sure. And this guy, I cannot pronounce this. I don't know how to read this, but this guy has been, you know, following my YouTube community posts, and he's been so excited for when I go live. So I'm really glad to see this person again. And if you're in here, let me know what I can call you, because I don't know how to say that. But yeah, but anyway, it's good to see you either way. And okay, so answering some of my questions. I have a few printed iterations of the bracket, but mainly unchanged. Okay, so that's what I saw. I'm going to resolve some issues in V3 with the x-axis linear rail spacing. It's a little too tight right now. Sent the x-axis bracket to my local community college after I printed a couple revisions. Okay, that's cool. So, is the community college where you get your parts machined? So that's really cool. Alright, so yeah, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. So it looks like, yeah, if I cover that window up, it breaks. So let's not do that. Alright, so what I want to do today, I had a couple of ideas I wanted to do for the model of the day for today. And, you know, I was playing a little bit of Overwatch 2. And, you know, so something I was thinking of was this person with the unpronounceable name. He wanted to see more surfacing, you know, he wanted to sharpen his skills up a little bit. So I was thinking of making something from the game, something to do from surfaces. I think it'd be a nice return. A new thing from Generic Skier. Those brackets were just a one-off part for the semester, but aside from that, everything metal and 3D printed was made by me. That's really impressive. Really good work. You're more of a machinist than I am, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, definitely keep us posted in the Discord. Oh, and you know, I pinky promised to check the Discord a little bit more now. But okay, and anyways, what I was saying, I wanted to do something from Overwatch 2, something involving surfaces, but again, you know, it's a daily project, so I can't go too complicated with it either. So what I was thinking of, there's this character in the game called Kiriko, and she has a very interesting like headband. So let's look her up. Kiriko. Ow 2. If this wants to load. So this is one of the new characters, and she, if I can get that off, let me see if I can screenshot this. There we go. She has this headband, which I think is, you know, pretty cool, but I think is also the perfect complexity for the model of the day. You know, I think I could get this done in about an hour or so. But yeah, so the first thing, we need to do a little bit of research. We need to get basically a better image. So I'm just gonna search Kiriko. I guess it's a headband. It's not really a mask. Okay, we're getting some hits here. Oops. I like this one because this is a good view of it as seen from the front. Yeah, that's the thing with it looks like someone beat me to the punch already. Is that like 3D printed? Oh my god. Picture for ants. Thanks thank you so much. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's go here. Beyond my better judgment, probably shouldn't be in Google Images while searching an Overwatch character. Be a TOS violation here, but I think no, someone already made an STL file, but we're not gonna go that route. I'm not gonna cheat like that. So I think this is a really good view. And other than that, I don't think it's overly complicated. So what I'm thinking is, for this main surface here that I'm hovering over, we can make that like an basically like a revolved oval, so like an egg shape. So I'm thinking we start with an egg shape, revolve that as a surface, and then basically almost like trace this shape out here and trim the surface, and then I think that'll be basically like the first part of it. And the ears looks like that could be a loft for sure, although a loft that has to taper like that can be a little bit tricky. You can loft to a point pretty easily, but you can't what I was about to say, it's tricky to put the end conditions to make it merge the way you want to, because sometimes it just wants to like taper off like like a 90-degree angle, and that's not what we're going for. This one has a pretty good amount of detail. Maybe I'll go for something like this. Like this one has like a more looks like it's like a cone shape, and then the ears are like painted on. But here, like this actually has like a shape to it. So I think I'm gonna go for something like that. And let's see if I can put this on my other screen so I can dedicate this to SolidWorks. Bear with me, one sec. Yeah, I think also making that the design in the center will be pretty interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna put a decal. Well, actually, I should put it on screen. Yeah, this I'm not sure if I'm gonna like emboss that. I mean, it doesn't look like it'll take too long to trace. If I'm like running out of time, I might just put it as a decal. But other than that, yeah, we'll just play it by ear. Open image, new tab. All right, so I got a good image on the other screen. So let's just go ahead and get started. All right, so for this revolved oval shape. I mean, that's kind of what a head is. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. So I think on the front plane we're gonna start with an ellipse, like that, and I don't know how wide a head is. Oops. I'm just gonna guess like 8 inches, which is about 200 millimeters. And since heads are longer than they are wide, let's make that 10. And that's kind of got the proportion of a head if I look on screen and then my own head. Or maybe I have an unusual head, who knows? True story, I was trying to get fitted for hockey skates, and it turns out I have very, very unusual feet. They're just very wide, so I couldn't find any hockey skates off the shelf. So, you know, having a weird head would just, you know, go in line with that, I guess. Alright, so if I'm going to revolve this as a surface, I actually don't need this to be solid. I can just make that. Because I'm just going to revolve this. So let's just see what that looks, and I can of course adjust. So let's revolve a surface, excuse me. And I really only need like half of it. I think that looks pretty good. Alright, so now we just need to trim this. Kind of like that, right? And then get rid of that, and then get rid of that. Oh, I drew an Among Us. I'm sorry. Rip. Here, let's just commit. There you go. Among Us. All right. Anyway, so but we want to just keep this area. So the question is, how should I do that? So let me get out of this markup. We can draw it as seen from the front. That's one way. I could put a plane at a 45, like looking at it like this, and then kind of do the same thing. But I might actually just go from the side. Like, can I rotate about seen for? There we go, thank you. And hide that markup. So if we go as seen from the side, like this, I should be able to just draw it like that. Or maybe we'll draw something like this. I'm looking at the picture. Looks like it kind of terminates like that. It doesn't go to a sharp point. So if I draw literally this onto the right plane, I should be able to cut down this surface. And that's just kind of the challenge with surfaces is the absurd amount of options you have to do stuff. Like, I have like an idea of like what overall steps I need to take, but to actually like get it done, there's just many ways of doing it. And it's just important to keep these things in the back of your head. So if, for some reason, if this doesn't give the shape that I want, I can just go to plan B and just continue. Put the music a little quieter. All right. But yeah, let's just get into that. Right plane. And I think I'll do it radiating out from the origin, so like this. Yeah, so an interesting challenge here. So let me put just an angle value between these two. Maybe like 50 or something like that. So we know we want to keep this region, right? But I'm trying to think, is it better to center it about the plane here so we can use symmetry? But the thing is, I don't think this symmetry helps me out a lot. If anything, really, I should just adjust the revolve to be the top half and just basically like use this slice. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So let me do that, but I'm gonna exit this, go back to the surface, and say mid-plane. So now that's adjusting that to be centered about the front plane. And then now I should be able to trim that very easily. Set that to 1. And even though there is, I should trim this ideally, but I think the surfaces tool will be able to handle it. The trim surface tool, that is. So if I get this, click that, and tell it to keep that. And then remove rotate about scene floor. Alright, that's our basic shape there. Alright, so keep in mind, I have to change a setting. So these edges should be blue, but for another video I had to produce, I needed to turn the open surface edges to black. But let me change that. Yeah, surfaces, open edges. What the heck? Oh, it might be another open edge. Yeah, here we go. It's this one. Show open edges of surfaces in a different color. You typically want that to be on, but I was producing a video for someone and it had an open edge surface, and they were like, "Why is that blue?" It's like, I can make it not blue. So you turn that on, and actually the triad is gone too. Triad, display reference triad. I don't know if this is a bug, but this keeps turning itself off, and I don't know when it does it. Alright, so now we have what it looks like. Let me turn off ambient occlusion so it stops flickering like that. And let me turn the scene to white just so I can see. Alright, that's a bit better. So that's kind of the shape that I'm going for. I think that's looking good so far. Alright, so the question is... Hold on, just looking at a notification. Looks like someone joined the Discord. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Arbiza. Did I say that right? Arbiza, yeah, I did. Well, maybe not. I mean, it's up to him to decide that. Oh, and Skiing Skis updated us on Discord. little burnt out on the project. I feel that, and that's something that regarding the future of Model the Day. I'm probably going to end it pretty soon or retire the project because just not getting the same level of engagement, and it's burning me out too. So I totally understand. Since the frequency drive blew up. Rip. Well, I hope you're able to get back onto it because that is a very, very cool project. Yeah, but at any rate, we have this. So the question is, do we want to give this a thickness now? Or do we want to wait until we get the ears done, I guess? And there's many ways you can go about this. I'm gonna try and thicken it first, and if I have to reorder it, then that's fine. So I'm just gonna thicken to the one direction, and I mean it's hard to tell what the thickness is, but that seems like a reasonable thickness proportionally. Okay, that seems good. So I think the next thing we have to do is an ear. Let me study this shape a little bit more. So actually, I'm using this as a reference image. I like this, the way that this one looks the best. Open image, a new tab. So I'm using this as a reference image. So we have this. So the ear, looking at the area right here, it doesn't seem pointed at all. It seems rounded, and then it seems to come to a point. So I'm thinking of, honestly, here, if we do this and this. So here's the plan. If you cut this ear straight through the center, I expect, here we go, the cross section to look something like this. I'm not drawing it all too well, but I expect it to look something like this, where this point right here is this point right here, and then basically smoothly transitions to the other side. And I'm going to also make the assumption that the ear itself is symmetric. So we have symmetry down the center like that. Is there any other information we can glean from this side? Not really. So what I'm gonna do, instead of trying to make both the white and the red part at the same time, I'm just gonna make the red. And I'm wondering if I shell, basically almost like make a cone, and then if I shell this out, it'll actually make a hollow for which I can actually create this white part here. So basically what I want to draw, well, let's erase. So basically, like that. So basically, draw something like that, except pretend that's symmetric. So if I draw that and then loft it, and then if I shell it out, it should be able to create basically a shape like this, where then I can fill in that interior hollow with material and shape it into this. I'm not exactly too sure how I'm gonna make this middle part, but we'll take that one step at a time. It's no worries. All right, but that markup can go. All right, so we know what shape we have to draw on the plane. We just need to find the plane to draw it on. And to be honest with you, I don't really see... I don't see a way of doing it without creating a new plane. So I think what I'm going to do, let me make some reference geometry. So I'm just going to make a center line. Let's bring back our revolve sketch. So this is going to touch that and go here. And if you if you grab the line and its endpoint, you can define the angle like that. I'm going to put it as 30 for now, but basically the idea is I should be able to control this one dimension and basically define how far apart the ears are. Because I don't really know how it's going to look before I do it, so just setting up that flexibility is going to be good. Alright, and so let's get a plane. So if you click the endpoint and the line, you have a tangent plane just like that. And let me full screen this again. Alright, so grab that. And actually, I'm going to flip normal. So you notice that here, that when I clicked on this plane and I sketched on it, it kind of brought me to the underside. Well, that's defined by its normal for the plane. And that also defines the orientation of this little red doodad here. So to just be a little bit more convenient, I'm just going to go back into the plane and just say flip normal. So now when I sketch, it should bring me to the other side, but let me put it nice. So when I hit sketch and hit normal too, there you go, it brings you to the outside. So having it one way or the other won't prevent you from modeling it, but you know, you do whatever you're most comfortable with. That's the key. So I'm thinking the ear is a shape like this, and I will grab both of them and say that they are equal to each other. So this will be vertical to that. So now at this point, it's just a matter of defining how wide it is, and I'm just going to guess 3, and how long it is and how wide it is. And for this, I'm just gonna guess 2. So these are guesses. Like, I don't really know if these are the right values or not, but magic of SOLIDWORKS is being able to change it. All right, and for the point, so let me do this. We're going to copy a plane that is parallel to this one, and the easiest way to do that is if you hold down Control, and if you see my mouse change from you know, the normal state to a mouse with a little cardinal cross on it, that's when you can click and drag, and you get a plane parallel to the one you just you clicked and dragged from, basically. So I'm gonna guess that the ears are also 3 inches long. That's, again, more guessing. We're gonna have to work on it, but it's okay. All right, so normally the way you would do this, the way you would do something like this, like a cone, is you can loft from any shape to a point. But I don't think that's gonna work here, and I'm just gonna try it out. Maybe I'm wrong. It happens. So there's our point right at the center. So if I grab my, let's do my loft from here to here, you see we get a pretty good cone, right? But instead of the cone being straight like that, and here I'm just gonna hit OK, just so we can draw. But I want my cone to be more like, hello? Can you draw, please? Uh-oh, SOLIDWORKS is slowing down. Why are you doing this? Oh, the Framework laptop is struggling right now. That's interesting. I don't know why it started doing that. Alright, technical difficulties. This is my first time running this setup, so we're gonna have stuff like this. Alright, give me 1 moment. Let me change this to here. Here, let me... Alright, this is awkward, but my laptop is frozen. Just because I started a markup, that stinks. Here, let me try and unplug it from the HDMI. Nope, still frozen. I mean, the mouse is moving, but it's like very jittery. Oh great, it's sending Morse code. Well, that is really something, huh? I'm hoping I don't have to force restart my computer, because then I would have to do all that stuff again. I just really wonder what's happening to it. Yep, it seems like it's completely frozen right now, so I'm just gonna restart it. Oh, actually, that's weird. I revived it by pressing the power button once. And all of a sudden, this is what it looks like. Or now it's not outputting anything. Well, it's at least going a lot quicker now. Okay, we're back. We have saved it. Really quickly, I am going to save 1096 Kiriko Headband. Alright, let's plug back in. Hey, we're back. I have no clue why a markup did all of that to it. Like, it was locked up so hard that I couldn't even bring up Task Manager. Well, although it finally was able to. But yeah, we have it saved now. I don't know if I should try that again. I'll try it one more time, since I know how to get out of it, and as worst case, I have it saved now. So markup. So as I was saying, instead of it being cone-shaped like this, I'd want it to be more like that, where it actually has like a little bit of a taper like this. But the problem with Loft, there's no out-of-the-box solutions for it to do that. Here, let's check. We go to loft. And we go to our start constraint. All you get is normal to profile. I mean, that's kind of it, but kind of not. But if you do normal to profile, yeah, it's not the sharp edge that I'm looking for. It just is, it has like a weird taper to it. So here's what I'll try and do. Let's see. Let me get out of here. It's going to suppress that. And instead of lofting to a point, I'm just going to loft to a really small version of this profile. Or, you know what? I just had another thought. What if I did guide curves? That's another thing we could try. So if I do that, go on the front plane. Maybe do like arcs. And just maybe say that this, well, it just really needs a radius value, right? So that could work potentially if it honors that. Let's see. We'll see. Hello. Oh, that needs to be stuck to the end there. So that and this. Touch. So now let's try to loft that and that, and for guide curves, yeah, it's just like I thought. It just only wants to do like basically only have one side influence it. I wonder if I can say selection manager and just pick one at a time. So pick one, okay. Selection manager, the other one, okay. Okay, actually that worked. This is the shape that I want. That is really good. Yeah, so what I'm thinking now, it's the shape that I want. I'm trying to think of what to do with this overhang. And I think I know where it comes from. So let's hit OK to this. And actually, I'm definitely going to want that as a separate body. So if you go here, just uncheck merge, and now you have two bodies instead of just the one. I need a drink, but I'll get that after this. After I finish at least starting the ear. So the reason that this is not even is that the guide here should be perpendicular to the surface here, and it's not. Its offset is defined by being touched in the by touching the origin there. So if I go back to this, and if I remove this, now I can still define the angle, but it's all loose like that. If I say this and this, okay, we don't get perpendicularity, but that's okay because we will drop a line like that, make it perpendicular to that, and then make that line tangent. There you go. So being perpendicular to the tangent line is the same as being perpendicular to the curve itself. So that's a sufficient workaround. And I don't really have to tie up these ends, but I'm just gonna so if I test this, I should be able to move that around. And you could see the center is moving down, but to preserve that perpendicularity. I'm going to put it to 40 actually, just see what that... Okay, so we have some failings here. So why isn't this sketch happy? So this is... So it looks like one of these verticals is incorrect. Oh yeah, because it's vertical to the part origin rather than the actual plane origin. So if we get rid of that, and we should be able to scoot this over like this, and just say that and that is now vertical. Okay, and actually the same thing has to be done to the point. So that should be sketch 11. So instead of there, we'll just snap that to, if I can. Let's get normal too. Well, I guess you can also go to, you know, either this point or this point. Can I get some filters here? There we go. That point and this make coincidence. So now that's there. All right, that's looking a lot better. So if I go back here, or actually let's do it this way. If I do this, should be able to do that and hit rebuild. And now we should be able to position it basically anywhere that we want along this, which is awesome. So I think probably 50, maybe 45. 48. Yeah, this is just my hunch. You know, I guess when we mirror it over to the other side, you know, I'll see what the proportion looks like. Hey, Marik Builds, what's going on? Glad you can make it to the stream. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, we're just making a headband here. Alright, so now let's test this. So let's save. And I want to shell this by maybe that much. Okay, rebuild errors. Oh, shell outward. If I turn that off. Let's see what this does. That's basically exactly what I want. That's really cool. Alright, so let's get rid of that stuff. Oh, for like cosplay. Yeah, it could be. You know, I'm just picking some random stuff off the internet and modeling it. You know, one of my boys was like, "Hey, can you do some surfacing stuff?" And I'm like, "I think I got just a thing." It's amazing that you remain consistent. I mean, I tried. I mean, I've remained consistent in some things, a little bit less in others, but you know, I mean, you got to keep things simple if you want to go do something like this for basically 3 years. Okay, but this is doing a weird thing, so let me hide that. Alright, actually let's do a quick compare. So this versus this, proportionally, actually this needs to move back a little, so I might change that one sketch to 45. And the shell needs to be a little bit thicker, maybe to like that. Yeah, that's fine. I love undesirable results. And actually one tick down. So that surface looks pretty similar to this one. I'm pretty Pretty happy with that. Maybe it needs to be a little bit narrower, so I'll change that to... Let's do 2 3/4. You've got it like this. 2 1/2. And maybe, oops, 2.5. Trying to change too much stuff at once. Maybe this a little longer. Maybe this up to 3 1/2. I like that. I like that. Alright, so there's that. Also, I don't think I want this bottom surface, so we go back to shell and tell it to remove that face too. Alright. So that's part of it. Alright, let me go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll start with this middle part. Let me save. Alright, you can talk to Cherry over here in the meantime. Alright, be right back. Knock him out. Well, that was fast. You guys had a good talk with my chair? Yeah, I'm drinking some High Noon Sunsips. I really like this stuff. It's just so refreshing. Especially that I live down in Florida. It's so hot all the time. Always hits the spot. Hashtag not sponsored. Alright, but now let's deal with this. So the nice thing about having done this, and I haven't combined this yet on purpose, but I could potentially, all I would have to do is draw this curve here that my mouse is tracing along. If I draw this curve into here, I should be able to create these two surfaces. If I create the one and then mirror it over. So just with those two surfaces, this one and this one, that should enclose a volume, and I should be able to use intersect to turn that into a solid. I think that's my first thought. Of course, I could draw a profile and try and loft it again, but I think that'd be tricky. So, all right, yeah, let's go with that. So let's full screen this. So I now need a plane that is basically down the middle here. So I can actually reuse this sketch 6. Oh, come back. Let me do a little bit of cleanup. Hide that. Hide that. Alright, so this sketch, if I grab this line and say plane, and the front, it should go perpendicular. Yep, perpendicular to the front plane, and coincident with that one line, creates the plane that bisects, that cuts this ear straight down the middle. And that'll be convenient for me. Let's do that. All right, and now how do we want to do this? So let's draw that middle thing first. So I think what would be very helpful if I was able to refer to this edge. So let's do this. Let's section. Come on, with the new plane. Get with the program. Plane 3. All right. So looking down at plane 3, And let me reorient this. Alright, so now we're looking, you know, if this was a cross section, this should be hatched. But now, basically what I have to draw is a curve that basically does something like that. So I think what would be helpful if I grabbed this surface, so this surface being the interior of the ear. If I go here and say intersection curve, now I have a copy of that. If I turn this off, I now have a copy of that surface when it passes through the new plane. It's going to be helpful. So of course it itself is not the geometry, so I can just go ahead and make that construction. Let's normal up again, and it's oriented weird, so I think an arc should be able to do this for us. Okay, so let me say that this is horizontal. Oh, it's always a little tricky. So horizontal is always the short end of this, vertical is always the long end. So I actually have to make it vertical. So I will set an offset like this. Again, just guessing at the value, and you see like this is a little bit indented because you can see the shadow. And we don't want this to come right up to the surface. So now with this in place, I can first put how far the ear comes out, and then should be one value left, which is the radius of this arc. Yeah, notice how I'm not using splines or anything like that. It's not that you can't use them, but definitely if you stick to simpler simpler shapes, it's just easier to define, and you know, just making it easy on yourself. Alright, but we have that. So if we go back to this view, and let me change the sketch color of this so we can actually see it. What's a good color? Very indecisive. Orange, let's do orange. Yeah, so there's the surface, and there's our new line. So that's one part of it. So I think the other part that will allow us to actually make this, I think I also need that curve. Well, this curve, like where the shadow meets the white, I need that curve. And just by inspection, it looks a consistent distance from the edge here. So I wonder if I could do, I'm gonna try something very cheeky, very fancy. It might backfire on me, but you know, that's what it's that's what it's all about. But hopefully if it works, it should be like a one-click thing, and that'd be pretty cool. Marik says that's true. I remember when I first started, I wanted to get as much done as one sketch / complex geometry, but I eventually realized that modeling that way isn't necessarily the best for future mods working on the team. Absolutely. When you're working on a team, it is very important that you you actually name your sketches and features. That goes a long way. But also not loading every, you would think it's intuitive to just load everything onto one sketch, but in fact that could make a lot of things confusing. So making your models very readable, just having clear steps for how it's built, definitely helps. Is very helpful on the team, and people will just like working with you. All right, so what was I talking about? Okay, yeah, cheeky strats. We're gonna try a 3D sketch, and I think I'm just gonna grab this edge, And if I say, oh, offset on surface, that's the one. So if I do that, set it to the same value. Oh, yeah, it cannot offset the selected entities. That stinks. What if we do a Euclidean offset? Sag. Okay, looks like I'll have to think of another way. So basically what this does is you can give it an edge and it actually offsets it on the surface. So I was hoping that it could actually get it to the same value so it can actually meet up at this point and would actually allow me to do a surface fill or something like that, but it doesn't work for the value I want. Alright, was worth a shot. But then it remains, how should I do this? I could make yet another plane and then do an intersection curve. Yeah, let's try that. A lot of planes today, but yeah, actually, I'm thinking of making a plane between 3 points, basically. So this is going to be one of them. So to be able to make a plane, I would need you know 2 points down here. Or what I could try and do, what happens if I just offset the front plane? Hello? Oh, I'm in a 3D sketch skill. Whoops, whoopsie doodles. Front plane. I want one of these and make that. Basically touch this point. So that's almost what I want. So it touches here, but I think it's just leaving way too much space here. I wonder if so it says parallel. If I set it to an angle, what can I do? Alright. So let me try this. Brainstorming. Let's do a 3D sketch. And a point right at the bottom here. And a point right here. I should be able to say, now I can say that is, hey, can you let me edit this? Thank you. I might even say that that is equal to this. Okay. Equal to this. All right, so now I have 1, 2, 3 points that are overall the same offset. So now let's make a plane that touches that, and touches that. And that's actually kind of what I'm going for. So if you could see where the blue meets the gray there, you know, it's like kind of mostly consistent going to the top. So I'm going to say that that's what I need. Alright, so now I can sketch on this new plane, and thankfully this part's easy. You go like this, and you say intersection curve. I don't know if that's going to cause any trouble. We'll see. Yeah, it's probably a conic. Yeah, let's do this. Just got a line going down here. And with that, I should be able to trim. Hey, I think that'll work just fine. Hey, Rohan, how's it going, man? So good to see you. So good to hear from you again, man. Yeah, Rohan's my old coworker. Oh man, kid's so talented. Basically, data management master. This kid has done all kinds of systems and SolidWorks PDM. I think at this point, I think wizard is too weak of a word. You know. I miss you, homie. I miss you too, man. So it's so good to see you here. I'll hopefully be streaming more often in the future. So try not to disappear as often. All right. So this surface, I want to see if I can try and get that with a filled. Can we fix up boundary? It's thinking about it. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Turn off optimized surface. Yeah, it's actually a little bit flat looking there. Let me turn that back on. No, I think I'm gonna need a third curve. Rohan says, anything exciting you're looking forward to in SOLIDWORKS 2023? I gotta be perfectly honest with you, I fell off a little bit with the updates, so I think I'm probably gonna have an entire stream of me looking at the what's new for 2022 and 2023. Those are the ones that I'm missing the most info on right now. That's how you know it's been a while, if I've fallen off the what's new train. He got you with the details. Heck yeah, hit me up with them details. What are you excited about? Like what's a good feature that will get me installing? In the meantime, I'm gonna figure out a plane. I might have to do yet another... Wait, no I don't. Hang on. I don't need another plane, because I think plane 1... Oh yeah, that's that good stuff. Yeah, plane 1 I'm able to reuse. So if I do that, and just connect... Oh, I missed. Ron, I'm a level with you. I only pay to manage in PDM. That is totally fine. Like, I am not the one to judge right now. Because I've fallen off hard when it comes to that. You know what? Hang on. Let's just take a detour. Let me, that sketch is underdefined, but let me save. Alright, we'll pause. SOLIDWORKS, what's new 2023? Let's see what kind of goodies. SOLIDWORKS 2023, smarter. Thank you. Hey, yo. I will not allow you to cookie me. Oh, yeah. This is a great render. Jesus Christ. Top enhancements. Yes, show me. Okay, parts and features. Let's go. Allowance of library feature errors. Okay. Coordinate systems. You can reference coordinate systems, elements from additional entities, features, and commands, including select other. I've actually had a couple. I've actually had a couple of issues when I was at my work because we have like a bunch of coordinate systems, so that's actually immediately helpful. Hybrid mesh BREP modeling improvements. Oh yes, please. Let's see what we got here. BREP features. That's really interesting. So that's, of course SOLIDWORKS has been one of the first to really integrate mesh and, regular solids. So going all in with that. The library features errors cracks me up. Yeah, they are allowed. Oh my god! Actually, I saw, dude, when I saw this window and I got PTSD. Finally. Oh my god. Well, at least you can go and fix them. Or if you want to be rebellious, you just shove them in there with errors anyway. All right, what do we got for assemblies? Repairing a missing mate reference. Oh, that's really good. That's a very common error that I find in the field, where it's just, you know, basically a mate is missing a reference, and you just go in and you click OK, basically to say, hey, just fix this, please. But now there's a button for it. Yeah, I'm just looking around. Definitely, I want to go into this more in depth. Yeah, I'm I'm hardcore stunned right now. I'm perma frozen looking at this. All right, I just wanted to like, I just wanted to see like what are some of the interesting stuff. Klein bottle, nice. No, we like enhancements. All right, I promise I will be done with this. Hey yo, this one's huge. Hey yo, this is probably the best one I've seen so far. I move copy bodies. Now you can enter equations and stuff. That is really good. Yeah, that's that. Okay, so to answer your question, it's this thing. Dimension support for move copy bodies. All right. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming of making this headband from Overwatch. Fun fact, I am personally responsible for an enhancement to manage in 2023. That is awesome. You know, so for those of you guys who don't know, there is SOLIDWORKS PDM, which is basically a file management system, and there's Manage, which is in short file management, but also being able to manage permissions, roles within a company, basically. So PDM on steroids. But when it first came out, Rohan was among the first to like trailblaze its implementation. So he is very familiar with its with its features. Let's just say. If you don't mind me asking, which one is it? I'm so curious. I just love reading stuff like bug reports. Let me just adjust this. Okay, that looks kind of good, I guess. All right, so fill this our orang boy. Oh, that's much better, I think. Let me hide the thicken. Yeah, that's much better. Now it has a little bit more of a curve to it. And we actually don't have to modify any of these, because if you look back at the reference image, you can actually see the edge, which means it doesn't have tangent continuity to it. It's just contact. Perhaps with a small fillet on it. So that's how you know that's what it is. But yeah, let's go for it. Hooray, surface. So in Manage, you can create reports, but you can't report on affected items from sub-processes. I asked SOLIDWORKS, and they're like, yes, that seems useful. 2023 it is. That's kind of awesome, actually. You're actually giga chatting over here, just like, I think it should I think it should have this. Yes. And that's too good. So I'll tell you, I'll tell you a similar story to that. So this I can't confirm in the same way that Rohan has, but I think I am responsible for the way they named a feature in SolidWorks. Yeah, I still have the Clone Hero guitar he gave me. Yeah, good times. Yeah, maybe I'll boot that back up at some point. It's been a while since I've played, but here, Rohan, I'll show you real quick. Look, I got a Steam Deck, and I've just been having fun putting all sorts of games on it. So Clone Hero is definitely one of those that I want to put on there. Okay, so quick story time, and I think I'll need a sketch to accurately tell this story. So let me get a random old arc here, and I'll just fix it. I know, sue me. Oh my god, so terrible. Anyway, so if you have a spline like this, there used to be only two continuity options you could put. But if you look here, whoops, I missed. If you look here, there's tangent, which is known in mathematics as G1 continuity. You have equal curvature, which is G2 continuity. And then you have G3 continuity, which is basically the smoothest transition you can get. But when I tested this feature, I think it was back in 2019, I went to SolidWorks World, and they brought me in to test alpha, and they showed me this feature. It's like, we have G3 continuity, and it was just called like something generic. I think it was just G3 continuity. And they're like, yeah, we have this feature, we don't know what to call it. And it's like, I read in a paper, it was like read in like a mathematics paper, because I wanted to know more about like Bezier splines and stuff like that. So I read some stuff. But basically, if you have G1, it's tangency. If you have G2, it's curvature. If you have G3, I read it's called torsion continuity. I mean, it's you can derive the curve 3 times, and it's still continuous. So when I said I think it should be called torsion continuity, and there it is. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if anyone else mentioned it either, but I sure did, at least. So that's my little thumbprint right there in a feature that is barely used except by like industrial designers. Like, you don't really need G3 continuity for most surfacing. Alright, so that can go. But yeah, so let's get this mirrored over to the other side. I think that looks good overall. Honestly, so let me hide this. I think I want to push this out a little more. Oh god, I forgot which one it is. Should be this one. So just changing this. If I go to like that. That's better. I like that. Save. Okay, and now I should be able to say intersect between all these items and say create internal regions. There should be only one body. Or 3. Jesus Christ. Okay, that didn't work at all. I wonder if I have to knit them. Okay, so they knitted just fine. Save. Let's try intersect again. If not, I'll surface it manually, but I don't want to do that because I'm lazy. Actually, what if I say create both? Yeah, create both, intersect. Okay, so it actually does do it at that point. Yeah, which is fine. So So I'm just trying to think of how I should treat the body. So if I uncheck merge result, what does that give us? So it gives us one body. Oh, it gives us this body, which is garbage. That body is garbage. And this is what we want. So let's do a little bit of cleanup. So the surface body can go. Delete. And we can also delete that random one and this random one. Hello? I think I misclicked something. Solid. Actually, something doesn't seem right here. So if I hide this. Okay, so we want to keep just these three. So let's just do it that way. Instead of delete, we just say just keep these three, delete everything else. I think that's looking pretty good. Yeah, let's mirror this ear to the other side. Like that. Proportionally, I think it looks overall pretty good. There's one change I'd make, I think. Let's snap, snap. Pretty good for the most part. Honestly, part of me wants to make this inset a little bit deeper. Yeah, just by hair, honestly. Well, there's other stuff we can do. We can fillet these. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a pain. That's all right. What the heck? Why is that? Oh, come on. Really? I think I know what to do. Instead of... Okay, so we'll keep all four. We'll delete the one surface. And before we mirror... Or before we intersect. Or right after we intersect, let's put it that way. I want to combine this and this. Add them together. Yeah, maybe a fun modeling challenge for the future. Some of the old school Mega Man bosses have interestingly designed helmets. That's actually cool. Need to write that one down. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Okay, so now, yeah, that's fine. So you just go in here and we say we just keep those. Very good. Save. Yeah, and honestly, you know, basically in essence, I think I'm pretty soon gonna end the model of the day as a series. You know, I'm gonna retire that series because the main shortcoming is, you know, only having one day to do a model is like fine and all, but you know, I want to be able to do like more complicated stuff and flashier stuff because it's just fun. But you know, you just have to save and close down sometimes. You know. So definitely that's gonna fit when I, you know, just start modeling without any restrictions that I put on myself, you know. But that's a really good idea. We order that to the. It actually makes it to the other side. Alright, so this is going okay. The thing I wanted to do, let me go here. Perhaps a Keyblade or two? Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, the thing is, once the model of the day is retired, it's just going to be so much more flexible for me to make all sorts of stuff. Be doing all sorts of shenanigans. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, you want to keep stuff. It's like Mary Sakei was saying. You want to keep stuff simple, so it's just easy to change stuff like that. Very good. I really like the way this is coming out. So at this point, combine. We're gonna combine these, all three of these together, so I can start treating these with fillets. Actually, I might be able to just grab the face because I plan on filleting that anyway, and the other side. You know, kind of mimicking this. Although I should try and figure out a way to fillet this. It's definitely the fact that it ends right there, and you know, tapers to a point is what makes this a little tricky. Maybe if oh, actually, that treatment actually helped it. But I'm just gonna make that fillet even smaller. Order of the fillets. Bruh. Why did it break? Don't tease me like this. Okay, it doesn't like 30 thou, but it likes 60. I think that's just dandy, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. And this is going well, I think. Oop. Yeah, let me treat those fillets. So I think I want to treat all the edges. So if I do that and say connected to end loops, it selects those two. Let's do something like that. Then that. Then that. I'll check that out. And that's a useless feature. Alright, so that's mostly the that's basic the main shape here. So we just need to add some details now. And so yeah, how do I reproduce that onto here? And I think it's simple enough that if I can find like a clean PNG or JPEG of it, I can just trace it real fast. I feel surface is hard. It really is. It's tricky, and you know, you as you can see with like the, you know, me going back and changing stuff. Like I don't know the answer the first time when I start something. It's just having a bunch of techniques and it's just really kind of experience. Like for example, when I was doing the surface fill. And I just noticed it was just kind of flat looking. It's like, oh, if I add this extra curve down here. Let me move it over here. Yeah. If I add this extra curve over here, it actually pushes out the surface a little bit and gives it the roundness that it needs. Yeah, I promise. I'll do a lot of surfacing in the future. Especially if I do Mega Man helmets and Keyblades, there's going to be a lot of surfacing. So don't worry. What now? Okay, yeah, that's. I was gonna do the mask, and I think this straight-on view is probably the best. So if I go to Model of the day here. Just save that there. Okay. And we're just going to do a quick old trace. Alright, I'm really glad I centered this about the front plane. I was really about to give myself a world of pain. So let's start a sketch there, add a sketch picture. I'm going to just put what we saved there. So the perspective is not going to be exactly right, but I think it should be close enough to sell it to us. Hang on, I need to actually make these transparent. And now let me go back here. Let me disable this scale tool, and I'll just say, God, why are these infinitely small? Fine. Yeah, maybe a little larger than that. Yeah, I probably should have cropped this now, because now she's looking at me. Yeah, I'm just going to do something like that. Oops. We want to show? Oh, I have a hide all types on. Rookie mistake. Alright. And, oh yeah, and the tip that I always like to say when doing sketch pictures, notice that I put the sketch picture in the one sketch and then I leave the sketch and then just start another one. It just leaves you, the best flexibility for hiding and showing one or the other. Rohan says, would you say that surfacing is the most time-consuming skill of SOLIDWORKS to refine? That is a hard, definite answer to give. It is definitely one of the trickier skills because, a lot of the other skill sets like weldments and sheet metal, you're able to, say like, this is mostly the best practices, right? For, all kinds of weldments or sheet metal, you have consistent thickness. So you know what to expect when it comes to different kinds of designs. With surfacing, you can make basically anything, given enough time. But, yeah, it's up there. I think mold making is hard. I think you know that too. But mold making is also, it's a branch of surfacing, so that's part of the reason why it's so difficult. Best SOLIDWORKS learning channel. Thanks so much, man. I'm really glad, you finally made, or I finally started streaming again and you're able to join me. It was a thonker. Yeah, it's so bad I failed it. Yeah, so while I trace this, I'll tell the story. When I did my certifications back in the day, before you're able to take the expert exam, you have to take 5 of the advanced exams, mold tools being one of them. And when I took it, it was probably the easiest exam of the 5. Just like if you opened up a mold tools book for SOLIDWORKS and you studied it for like a day or two, you're able to pass this exam. Also, it's just really hard to like barely fail it. Like if you know what you're doing, you basically get perfect score on it, or you just get nothing, basically. But yeah, mold tools used to be like the easiest exam. Then came, I want to say it was 2020, either 2020 or 2019. They updated it and changed it from mold tools to mold making, the mold making exam. And I think that is one of the hardest exams SOLIDWORKS Corp offers. 2019. Thanks, Rohan. Oh yeah, because I was still working at the time. Yeah, at the company. But yeah, it's just absolutely brutal. Like all kinds of surfacing. Like they give you they say make a mold of this thing, and the surface has holes in it, and you have to go patch it. And I failed it. I failed the new version the first time I took it. Yeah, so that one is definitely very challenging. Did I hear about Design Point? I've been a little out of the loop, but I do know they were acquired by Hawk Ridge Systems. That's the most recent the most up to date I've been. Which by the way, I like Hawk Ridge. They're a good reseller. Okay, well I've traced this, and if you don't like this part, close your eyes because I'm about to just hit fully defined sketch. Oh my god! Look how bad. All right, whatever. And then I'm able to hide that, and well, basically I have a good old trace. So now to do that, and I think, what do I want to do? All right, so let me show you. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let me go back here. So at least on this model, if I zoom in, you could see that the markings are basically the same level as the surrounding surface, but it's just kind of etched out. So I could do that too, or I could deboss it, like, you know, just like indent the surface a little bit. I kind of like this better, I think. It's a little bit trickier because deboss, you could just use wrap. Like, I'll show you how it looks like. So wrap this. You're gonna have to do spline surface, and if you do deboss, there it is, and we're just gonna do 30 thousandths, which is approximately 2 millimeters, I believe. I don't know if that's gonna make any appreciable difference. Okay, but if I do that, so that's how that looks like, and I think it looks all right. But you know, to etch it out like the way, like in the picture, what I would do, I would just scribe it instead. Okay, it looks like it did nothing, but that is because I have display. Yep, I have tangent edges removed, so I do tangent edges phantom. There they appear. Well, here I am thinking full send, extrude, and call it a day. Hey man, there are some days where I'm just like that. You know. But I said I'd play it by ear depending on how long it would take me, and I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I've been here for a little more than 2 hours, but you know, I'm just chilling, drinking my high noon. It's just vibing here, you know. Alright, so what I want to try now, if I do a swept cut, say circular, here, let me put this to something really small, and if I right click, could I say select loop? I sure can. Oh my god, I think that's gonna work. Or not. Oh no. If I hit OK, is it just... Okay. Oh, poo. Alright, so that's our first attempt. Our second attempt is we can go into a 3D sketch, select loop, convert. So now this is the trace as basically wrapped onto the surface, and then we can give it to a fit spline. So you can just search up here for fit spline. I can go and say select chain, and now it's as you can see, fitting a spline to all these points. Say delete geometry, so it just gets rid of the old stuff. Actually, let me just put constrained. Zoom in. Okay, so yeah, I can see the old geometry has been turned into construction. So that's fine. At least there's only 2 shapes. So let's test this out. Where I have that, give it to swept cut, and this is going to have to be a very small value because it's a lot of tight turns. Sweep operation failed to complete. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me see if it can go back. Can I edit fit spline? Yeah, I want to see if I do... Wait, can I just do fit spline on this? If I just say select loop. It does not like it. But also it's not selecting the loop. I just had another idea. I want to actually go back to the first method that I was trying before I just keep working on the 3D sketch. If I go to circular profile, selection manager, what happens if I just pick all of these? I know it's going to be a pain. Yeah, because the difference between having a completely smooth profile and having these jagged edges means that it's going to miter the profile. So it's going to be a little bit more flexible, because if you fit spline, it's going to have that radius, and it's going to have to try and, you know, sweep that circle along that tiny radius. That's why I think it's it says it's wasn't able to complete. But of course, the downside of this method is I have to pick every segment. And Ron says, I don't know why. I remember this when I crack up when I think about you modifying your SOLIDWORKS splash screen to include the Tom and Jerry meme, and so subsequently breaking your installation. Oh my god! Yeah, that was a hoot. Yeah. So an explanation of that. Here, let me see if this works first, and then I'll. Hooray! So that's what I was going for. So I'll turn that down to 30. Ooh, check that out. Now it's just going to be rinse and repeat. But all right. So the story goes, I'm working for a Design Point, which is I guess at this point a former SOLIDWORKS reseller. You know, like we said, it was acquired. And when I worked there, I taught SOLIDWORKS classes, not dissimilar to what I'm doing right now. Although that was more structured, and this is just me like winging it, you know, doing whatever I want. But you know, when you launch SOLIDWORKS, so if I do that, you get this splash screen with an image. So this image, you're able to basically decompile the SOLIDWORKS exe. Well, not decompile. Let me not say that. You're able to go into the exe, and the raw images of those are just there as JPEGs. So you're able to switch out. You're able to switch out those files for whatever you want. And basically, I just changed all the splash screen images to just memes. And one of them being a Tom and Jerry meme. I don't remember exactly which one it was, because there's so many of them, right? God, which Tom and Jerry meme was it? I don't remember, but it was just a meme. But the thing is, when you go into the exe, the box Tom, that's right. Thank you. Oh my god, bro. Like this, because he looks like an extrude, basically. Yeah, it really is. Oh my god, what a meme. But basically, when I launched SOLIDWORKS, you just see Tom like this, and he's just propping himself up against like the SOLIDWORKS splash screen. So I was able to successfully do that, but you know, when I was trying to add more memes, I broke the installation of SOLIDWORKS. Like, it just wouldn't launch anymore, and I basically had class, I think, in like a couple hours, so I had to like rush, uninstall SOLIDWORKS, and then reinstall it, which, by the way, takes a couple hours. So I was like right down to the wire. Almost didn't have a computer to teach class with. But yeah, Maybe some other stream I'll mess around with that. I mean, that's also what I used to do the. I did a CAD model the day where I modified that. Let me think. Let me go back to my videos. It was a cassette tape, I'm pretty sure. What? Why is it not here? Is it under shorts? Oh, classic. Oh, it's not up anymore because it got copyright striked. Yeah, I played copyrighted music over it and I had to take it down. So sad. Yeah, if I can dig up the video, I'll show you some other time. But you know, I like modified the splash screen for that meme too. Oh my god, good old Box Tom, am I right? Anyway, let's go for another swept cut. I'm just gonna have to do the same thing again. Yeah, but you see, notice, you know, you have hard edges here. When you have sharp edges, it miters like this, which gives it a little bit more flexibility. I'm just so sad I'm not able to... Can I say... Oh, does it say... Can I say select closed loop? Oh, come on. Come on now. Don't tell me I could have just done that the whole time. Yeah, I could have done that the whole time. God, look like a chump now. Alright, but that does look... It's starting to look the part now. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to done. I think the last things I'm gonna do in here, let's go back to our reference image again. Zoom out. So I just need to make these little triangles, which, you know, I'll probably use this basically the same method that I did, except this is just triangles, so that's easy. And then I'll probably do the headband too, like the fabric headband. And then it's just applying colors. That's basically it. I think we could just call that done. Alright. I wonder if our sketch picture will allow us. You know, I think I'm just gonna do it by eye. Yeah, at least that the triangle design element is simple enough where I can just do it by eye, I'm pretty sure. So this follows the edge. It's not a perfect triangle, so I'll do like that. And then this one kind of like that. So I see it, well, the thing is going to be tough before I actually project it on the surface. But the goal is I would want this line to approximately follow the contour of this. You know, even though this is a straight line, but it's just gotta go in the same direction, I think. Okie dokie, so let's, actually I don't want that to be perpendicular. Get that out of here. Make equal. So I'll put a length value here, 2, and then what should be left is just like an offset, basically. So offset from the origin, let's put as this value. I'm probably gonna have to play around with it. Yeah, I'll just define a side length. Not my favorite thing. Yeah, but that's a spline, so I can't really... I mean, I could drop a center line, but I think this is fine. Alright, so let's save. And let's wrap this on this surface. I think that's looking pretty good. Honestly, I think... It's actually pretty close to where it needs to be. I think I'm just going to roll with this. And let me think. Yeah, I actually might modify the sketch to just include 2 of those triangles. Because I don't think there's any convenient way to mirror a wrap. They just don't, it just doesn't work that well. That's interesting. It's like coming out from here. Don't think I like that. Where do I put high accuracy and then full preview? I don't like it. Yeah, I think wrap is the wrong tool for this job. Yeah, Ron, you answer. Oh, I was about to ask why not mirror. You answer. Yeah, I just read minds. It's cool. Alright. But if I look at it like this, honestly, I think I'm just going to do a project. So split line, projection, this. So the difference between split line and wrap is that split line doesn't actually like, let's just say it doesn't keep the side lengths consistent. Like wrap is, you know, as if it was made out of paper and you just flattened it on the surface. This, like, you know, if you're projecting onto a very like wavy and warped surface, you're gonna get a lot of distortion. But I think this will be fine. Yeah, honestly, that looks closer to what I want. They just need to be farther apart. So if I do that. Oh no. What now? 69? Why does it give me that? Oh, what a travesty. Why is this like locked? Bruh. Bruh. You know what I'm going to do? I am just going to replace it with an arc. Because arcs don't do this. So if let me think how I want to do this. It's going to be a little more annoying. If I say this is tangent to that, and then I can make that a length like that, and then this can go here. But I could probably cheat by, well, parallel's not exactly the same length. Yeah, you can see it doesn't look quite right. Basically just have to do that again. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Couldn't really escape the work, but I think this way will be a little bit more consistent. So if I do that and just say tangent, there we go. I'm actually gonna just drop one more from the center line. That. And I'll say that that is equal to this. This equal to that. Alright, so now we should almost have this like sliding. Oop. Oh, you don't have perpendicularity. There we go. You know, and this guy's just really sad over here, so go away. So now this should be a little bit more consistent. Yeah, I wonder if I could just do this, say coincidence. So now, there we go. Now we should just have a sliding thing. Okay, that was a lot of work. But now I should be able to make a dimension that actually works. And then select chain. Michael says, what do you think SOLIDWORKS' biggest advantage to Fusion 360 are? That is a question that I'm not sure I can answer fully, because obviously, you know, I basically grew up on SOLIDWORKS. So I'm going to have a bit of a bias to SOLIDWORKS. But that being said, I have tried Fusion 360, and I overall like it. And I think the advantage to SOLIDWORKS, and this isn't like really, you know, like a silver bullet. You know, it just depends on what your workflow is. I think one of the things is that SOLIDWORKS has like all these packages that expand cover a large range of disciplines in mechanical engineering. So, for example, Fusion 360, you know, doesn't have like all the packages of weldments, sheet metal. Well, it does have surfacing and stuff like that. Well, and that was actually a couple years ago, so it could have it now. So that might be a moot point. So it gets more packages, so you know you're more flexible on your resume. So with SOLIDWORKS, you can work for a heavy machinery company. You could work for a design firm, or you could work at a renewable energies place, because you know SOLIDWORKS is just more pervasive in different fields of mechanical engineering. But you know, that's not like the one and true method to choose it. The other thing is SOLIDWORKS has a bunch of more, I guess, quality of life features. So like one thing that I really like about SOLIDWORKS, and a feature that I use very often, is called the indent command. And it's basically, if you have two things intersecting each other, you could say, well, what if there was a pocket that fit this thing perfectly? And I can pull up a part where I use that. And there was no analog. There was no similar feature in Fusion 360. Like, you know, in order to create the pocket, you have to copy the body, you have to initiate a subtract function, and then you can get it done. So it's not that big of a deal to do it once, but to do it multiple times, you know, it's nice that SOLIDWORKS has like all these nice little features and stuff. That being said, Fusion 360 is good software, and if it's what you have, you can do what I'm doing right here for sure. You just might need a different, the feature might be called something different, or you might need less steps, or you might need more steps, or you might need less steps even. You know, maybe there's an improvement over that. Yeah, I know I went on a little tangent there, but I hope that answered it. Yeah, and actually something that I eventually wanted to do, and you know, the main point of me changing, you know, my channel's name, like the people who have been with this channel the longest will know that it used to be called SOLIDWORKS Nerd. You know, because, yeah, I mean, look. Look at me here. SOLIDWORKS Nerd right here. But, you know, I just kind of wanted to be more CAD neutral on the channel. Like, eventually I want to try, like, Onshape and, what was the other one? Shaper 3D. That's an interesting one, because that one runs on iPad. You know, so I eventually would want to try those software out and, you know, just see what I think about them. And, right? Ron says, hey man, super happy I'm able to catch your stream. have to head out, but looking forward to seeing your future streams. Keep killing it, bro. Dude, thank you so much for stopping. You don't know how much it means to me. So it's just so good to see you and talk to you again. And yeah, I hope to see you back. I love my friends. Love my community. Alright, what was I gonna do? Yeah, sorry, distracted. Yeah, but we're just gonna do this. And, oop, man, mine is squirrely. And I guess, well, that's kind of the same, so I'll do 30,000. And I don't think there's any convenient way of, well, I mean, I could try. I don't think this is going to go well, but we'll try. So we just mirror this, features to mirror. Okay, gives me a preview. Yeah, it gives me this. Yeah, I find that cut sweeps don't mirror too well for one reason or another. Yeah, it's all good. I'll just apply it again. A little stinky, but I can manage. Okay, so let's grab this. Oh, Michael says, yeah, it would be awesome to see other CAD software. Thanks for the videos. You were a big help. I'm so glad. I think that's, you don't have to be a certification, I guess, fiend like me or Yaya, but just getting a CSWP is like, it's like tangible proof that, it's not only that you're good at SOLIDWORKS, but you get CAD as a general, because really all it is when you migrate from one CAD system to another, you still have, your ability to read drawings, to think of geometry, and, and you basically have those perception skills. But, when you migrate, it's just finding out where the buttons are for the most part, or 2 buttons, or maybe it's 1 button less. But yeah, definitely, I've been meaning to get into other CAD software, and I've been approached by other companies too, who want me to try their software. I've always wanted to try FreeCAD, wanted to try IronCAD. FreeCAD especially because free and open source. If you can work it, you just roll with it, right? Oh, I have to hit OK. That's what I'm missing. Silly me. All right. I think this is going really well. Here, let me add some colors and then we'll see how it looks like. Yeah, I'd love an open source CAD that's as polished and supported as Blender. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if FreeCAD can become that, or maybe it kind of is. The thing is, CAD is very there's a lot of, for lack of a better word, fanboyism in the CAD community in general. And when a company starts using a CAD system, it's really hard for them to switch, and with good reason too, because to convert all those files, to train the engineers to use the new process, that's dollars out the door, baby. So, if a company has been using Autodesk Inventor for 20 years, why should they switch to SolidWorks when they're going to have to retrain literally everybody rather than just go, the newest version? And that goes the same for SolidWorks, Use SolidWorks for 20 years in a company, why should I switch to Inventor? It's understandable. So it's just I think an open source CAD is just gonna take much longer to be accepted overall. Yeah, and even in the artistic modeling space, where Blender dominates, you still have other good competitors that are paid, like Autodesk Maya, A lot of studios use Autodesk Maya to do their animations. So same with Cinema 4D. Alright, so how do I want to do this? Retraining costs are high for a company. Yeah, but it's pretty rough. And, I feel like, the casual CAD space, where I'm just, what I'm literally doing right now is very thin because it's just people who have extra, who could put the extra resources into, like, I'm just modeling this. It's probably not going to become anything, but, I like modeling it and I think there's things to learn from it. But I think once, we get more casual modelers, like more of me, basically, I think the urge for, like, free CAD software is just gonna pick it up and start learning. What's trippy too is that learning that software components are sometimes copyrighted and patent. Yeah, that's true. Where a big company might be able to pay license fees, it wouldn't be feasible. Yeah, that's right. And actually, it's surprising. SOLIDWORKS is like that. I'm not gonna lie. If you want to get official SOLIDWORKS training materials, you have to go through a reseller, whether you like it or not. I've been looking for an appearance for, like... Hey, yo, it's Virus. After all the decades. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, it's good to see you, man. Oh my god, so good that you're here. We're just putting some appearances. We have a little bit more to go for this model, but ooh, look at that texture. Yummy texture. Yeah, we're checking some of your stuff out in the Discord that you posted all those months ago. Of course, I always see your stuff on Twitter, your responses on Twitter. I really enjoy that. How do I want to do this? So I'm gonna make this white. Yeah, but I feel like this is like a little reunion going on. We're missing Yaya though. Although it's way late where he's at, so I completely understand. Hey Matthew, I remember you too. Yeah, look who's live again. I know. Finally crawled out of the hole that I was imprisoned in or something. Yeah, but in all seriousness, it was just, just life hitting me, So I think the biggest update is, I guess I'm trying to, like, buy, or I guess build a house right now, because I'm at the point where, I'm going to be moving out and just starting my own thing. So I ended up buying a property in northern Pennsylvania, basically, that I really liked. Except, it was just absolutely, like, trash. Like, it was 5 acres, and it belonged to a compulsive hoarder. And so there was a lot to clean up. So I was actually in Pennsylvania for, like, 6 months without all my equipment. And it's just nothing but me and this laptop here. So I was still able to do model of the day, but I was just able to. I didn't even have the equipment to go live, even if I had the time to. But also, it's just like, I would work, and then as soon as work was done, I would go and work outside, cleaning up the property that I bought. And it was just a bunch of that, and then also, I'm trying to take care of my family too as best as I can. And also a full-time job, so that eats 40 plus hours every week, just straight up. It's tough. Time to learn architectural stuff. Oh man, if I could design my own house, I think I'm gonna need help with that. 5 acres is a ton. Yeah, no, it is, and to be honest, it's mostly woods. It's mostly wooded. So that's what's really good about it is it's not going to be that hard to take care of once it's clean. But so it's probably like 1.5 acres that is like clear on the property right now. Yeah, yeah, you have the right idea exactly. How much you want to develop? It's probably going to be like pretty minimal, at least at first. Like I'm thinking of like building like a cabin or something like that. My dream is to have a creek. Oh man, funny that before I bought my property, I contacted a realtor here in the United States, and she showed me some places around Pennsylvania. And there was this beautiful property. It was 10 acres, and it had a creek running through it. Oh man, I'm going to have to see if I found a picture. It was so good. The only two problems with it was the price. It was kind of expensive. And number two, it was part of a homeowners association, which only allows you to like build, like they say you can only build a house and a shed, and that's it. You're not allowed to build anything else. So if I wanted to build like a workshop, you can't do it. But man, what a nice property that was. Here, I'll take a little tangent here. See if I can find it on my phone. I think that was back in February. That was a long time ago. Give me 1 second. So what is this picture from? January 7th. So that's to go a little bit further down. You know, just listen to music and vibe out while I eventually find it. Oop, I think I found them. I don't know if that comes out very well. Here, why don't I just... Let me do something. I'm just going to send it to myself in Discord and I'll pull it up on screen. Select these two. Export to Discord. Share direct messages. Yeah, but that's basically one of the properties I check. And this is like, it was February, so it was in winter. But man, how beautiful would that be to just like relax by this? And here's like more of the same stuff. Yeah, it was so nice. I just wish it wasn't as expensive as it was, and all the rules. I mean, the really nice thing about my property is like there's no homeowners association. There is like a town like council, but as long as you don't absolutely trash the place, which, you know, you'd have to try pretty hard based on the state that I found it in. As long as you don't, like, are not a menace, you know, you could do whatever you want. But yeah, here, let me catch up on some of these. So, do I still have the Markforged 3D printers? Yes, I do, and you might actually be able to see it. Yeah, over there. I can basically recreate that one meme, the Soy Wojak. I probably shouldn't be, but my printer. Yeah, it's back there. I haven't printed anything in a long while, so I'm probably gonna have to put it through its paces again. Oh, yeah, let's see. Yep, so when I caught up there, 5 acres at a time, we went there to have a creek. Last thing I need is building restrictions. Exactly. You know, and even if, you know, you find a homeowners association that you're like, yeah, I agree with those building restrictions. The thing is, they can change it anytime down the line. And I grew up in a homeowners association, and it's just not that fun. You're paying money for someone to tell you what to do. You know, it's like, oh, you can't paint your fence that color. Oh, you can't leave your basketball hoop outside. You have to put it back inside every time you're done with it. You know, silly stuff like that. So, Vita says, what is a good balance on how much to spend on land versus the houses that go on top? That is a tough inquiry, because tough question. It really depends on the area you're looking for. I mean, definitely the houses that go on it are more valuable than the land. That's for sure. Just based on like what I see, you know, when I was looking for houses, you can see like tax information, like how much you pay in taxes, how much that is attributed to the house versus the value of the land. And typically the house is probably 2 to 3 times more than the value of the land. But that being said, like, you know, there are some places around here in Florida it's like an empty plot for like $1 million and there's nothing on it. You know, it's just a really bad market here. Revit plus some structural software might be the way to go. Yeah, honestly, if I can get my hands on it, I'd be down to try. So how's the weather back there in terms of winds? So it's not like a tornado alley or anything like that. It's very snowy. That's the thing that is exceptional in, basically, because that area of Pennsylvania is near one of the Great Lakes. You know, the water evaporates and just dumps a ton of snow. So if you're okay with that, it's a great area to live, basically. I know, yeah, it's cool stuff. I think someone asked me what drink I was drinking. I can't find it, but here it is. It's High Noon, so it's vodka and soda. And I like it because it's like really refreshing, especially in Florida where it's, you know, kind of, you know, it's always warm. So it's always a good thing to wind down with. But, you know, I'm not picky with my beers. You know, I'll try anything IPA, stouts. It's just what I have on hand, you know. Well, yeah, that was a nice little tangent. Yeah, and definitely, you know, I promise this will be the end of the tangent, but eventually when I do build something on that land, you know, I definitely want to start, you know, building projects and stuff like that. And I think that's going to be the far, far future of this YouTube channel. It's like, I'd see myself in 5 years in a workshop building cool stuff and making videos about it. That's like the far, far vision. So, but there's not even a house there yet, so it's going to be a little while. It's nice taking that first step, though. But this is looking really good. And I could call this done right now, right? But I like putting more details and stuff. So I keep doing that. So what I will do is, I think I'll put this rivet. Oh, the rivet's on the other side. And the strap. I think I have a cool way of doing that. And so I think let's do the strap first. So with this, so thankfully it was such a good decision to put it centered about the front plane and not some just weird angle. So we're gonna put a strap flowing down like this. So I want the strap to come up here. So with that, I will get an intersection curve. So there's our new entity. And I can just go ahead. I want to trim both of them, so I'm just going to draw a line like that. Trim, trim, trim. Okay, why did that go blue? I don't like it. It'd be cool to see some ideation plus fabrication. You exactly get it. That's my dream. It's like you know, be a channel like Hacksmith or Stuff Made Here. But of course, it would be my own thing too. You know, I wouldn't try and copy them exactly, but or Fireball Tool. That's another great channel that, you know, is kind of living my dream. Yeah, making the bomb. Yeah, exactly. I've done that kind of stuff before too. But yeah, no, eventually if I could, you know, get the skills and become like that and make great and interesting content, I think I'd be living my best life. And then eventually, like if I could be doing that as my job, you know, that would be very cool too. Yeah, technical with the fun. Yeah, for sure. He's very good at doing that. Yeah, also Michael Reeves. I like that guy too. Although he's like, you know, mix of like software and robotics, but I just love how much memes he pumps into stuff. Yeah, but what reminded me is like the technical details. Like, you know, what Michael Reeves will do is like he'll like build the robot, and it's like, and then he'll get to the point where it's like, okay, just boring nerd stuff here. Skip to this timestamp if you want to skip it. You know, it's just him like coding in Python or something like that. But yeah, no, a lot of great channels out there. And I want this, yeah. If I do that... Okay, so why does that break? That's annoying. What happens if I say tangent? That is so strange. Because definitely I want to merge into the spline. So you know what I'll do? I'll just keep the whole thing and I'll just trim it afterwards. That'll be fine. Because definitely I'll leave intersection curve like this. Yeah, but the key to having, you know, semi-realistic looking fabric is a spline with a lot of points. And maybe I made that a little too crazy. Let me try that again. Yeah, but definitely being able to balance the technical details in a video essay, right? You know, where you're documenting how you solve the problem. It's hard to get that right because you know, if you want to get popular and get more views and therefore more chances to monetize, you know, that's the thing. You know, being able to monetize means I could spend more time doing this, right? But you know, I have to pay for the house that I'm trying to build, so you know, there goes 40 plus hours out of my week just to do that. But yeah, be able to monetize it, you need to get popular, and to get popular, you need to be able to, like you said, storytell to anybody who comes along. Like, you know, I should be able to show my mom. Like if I showed my mom like a Hacksmith video or a Stuff Made Here video, you know, she's going to be immediately engaged even though she's not technical, right? Although my mom watches my channel and I can be kind of dry and technical sometimes too. Yeah, I love you, Mom. Alright, so I don't know what I'm doing, but basically I got this wild spline. Honestly, I think this might be too crazy. Oh no. Definitely I want to say that this is tangent. Like that. Tangent. Yeah, I don't like the way this looks. Yeah, I don't think I have to go so crazy with the spline points. So let me try spline with more points than normal, but not as much as that. Maybe something like that, and then I set tangent. tips on making 2D prints for surfacing parts. Oh yeah, like sketches. Yeah, I think it's. I think the overall technique, and I had some earlier in this stream, but basically, I think most of the time in surfacing is spent. Most of the time is spent doing sketches. Like your sketch work has to be good. Like for example, for this surface to have made it, I had to make sure that everything matches up at the ends, because if they don't, that surface is not going to render, or is not going to generate. And if it does, it's going to be all lumpy and degenerate and stuff like that. Option 2, make fabric in Blender, can drape it with physics. I think that would be interesting. Problem is, I don't know how to do that as much. I would have to look into it. Okay, so I have the tangent here, and I think I'll be able to do something with this. So let me move some of these around. I just kind of want to have a somewhat random but a relaxed look, like that, like it's kind of draping. So I don't know. Let's send this and let's try it out. So let me do thin feature, the other side, a little thicker, mid plane, and do that. Okay, and then what if we give this? You get I think it's under organic. What if I put leather? Actually, that color's pretty good. Another option is I can kind of fold the strap onto itself, like you're storing it, or you just have it on a desk. Here, let's try that. Here, let me save, and we'll try. Yes. Oh no! I didn't mean to grab the whole thing. Yeah, and the music that you hear right now, it's the same music that I had from before, but it's by the ever so talented Cordio, good friend of mine, and an obviously very talented composer and producer. Okay, can we relax this handle? Reset handle. There we go. Reset. There we go. Kind of an M shape. Do I like this? I don't know why this handle's bum. Yeah, I think I like that. Where it's just not too crazy. And also, I can do this. just say 2.25. Oop, no, I didn't want to make a variable. Like that. And then I could say extrude cut with just the one line through all both. It's going to cut upwards, and just say that I want to affect only the band. Yeah, and there you go. So even though I couldn't trim it, I was able to do that at least. Let's do some, well, actually it would be like that. So I think the last step is some rivets, to be honest. So let's, if we can model one, we can model the other for sure. So it's going to be at the centroid of this. So let us grab both of these and say intersection curve. So now bringing this into the sketch, put them as construction, grab a center line, and I'll do from midpoint to midpoint. And now the center of this line, even though it's slanted, should be through the center of this, basically. So that's how we will build our revolve. So we get that. Oop, should have grabbed the midpoint. Okay, and now to face it the right way, yeah, I wonder if I can say, yeah, I'm going to need another intersection curve. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, there's a bunch of sketching. So coincident, we will make this perpendicular, and we will make this the curve and that tangent. So now that locks that line, you know, kind of through the center of that. And now from this line, I can build my rivet. Yeah, it's not going to be a perfect rivet either, because the surface is curved. But that is fine. Oop. Yeah, I'm not going to get the arc that I want from that. So that needs to touch that. Equals. Actually, so I can reuse this line and say that is parallel. Actually, it should touch like that. Oop, that's fine. I didn't mean to add a relation. Oops, so this and that need to be parallel. They weren't, just by like a fraction of a degree. So, what are my options here? I think yet another intersection curve. Oops. So when I bring that intersection curve in, I could just turn that into construction. Yeah, I'm bringing a lot of construction geometry. It's okay. So now, oop, this needs an overall length. I wonder if 0.5 will be, I think that should be okay. And the last one, Actually 2 more. So one is, actually, yeah, the last one. I was right the first time. So now, if I hide the bodies, let me focus. Oh, yeah, good thing I did that, because there's actually a bunch of garbage that made its way through. So delete all of that. But yeah, so there's our sketch. So all of these dotted lines are from... This is from the first intersection curve that defines where the middle is. This defines where the rivet rests up against. And here's where the other rivet rests up against. And that center line I added. So now I should be able to revolve this. Yep, no merge results. It should be like that. Okay, so let's just change its material, or its appearance, technically. Cool. Mirror it to the other side as a body. And the last step is 2 indents. So, and this is like the thing that I get obsessive over for no reason whatsoever. It's like, it makes no difference to the final product, but, you know, I like doing things right. So there is an intersection here that's happening. So to get rid of it, you can use a feature called indent. And usually I have it right here. Yeah, indent. So you basically pick what you want the hole in, put cut, and then you pick whatever pieces of hardware you want to make a clearance for, basically. The nice thing is that it's a perfect fit. So if I remove that and hide that, there's a hole that perfectly fits. I'm not sure what the intersection curve stuff is. Yeah, it's similar to convert entities, but instead of being projected onto the plane, it's literally where a surface or face crosses, or where a surface or face crosses the sketch plane. So why it was so useful over here is when I was making the rivet, I needed to refer to, you know, where exactly like the middle part of this surface is, because that's where the rivet is, right? I can't really use convert entities because since this has curvature to it, it's a little bit more, the curve would be like a little bit more inset than what it would need to be. So intersection curve, I wonder if it'd be easier to see also if I just made it like that. Revolve. So basically intersection curve is so you see where I'm sketching, you see that plane, and where that plane cuts through a particular face, it just puts a line. Yeah, convert entities says no loop sometimes. Yeah, sometimes this could, I know what you're talking about. It says like, oh, no peripheral loop. Yeah, actually, you know, I can make an example of that real quick. Here, this will take me just a sec. So if I go ahead, and let me do it this way. Yeah, actually, I just want a cylinder. Let's start with a cylinder. Like that. So we have a cylinder. we sketch on this face. So if you pick this and say convert, oh, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. So, I'm sorry, back up. We have a cylinder. So if we sketch on the front plane, so a plane that is perpendicular, that's the part that I'm missing. You click this face. If you say convert, you're talking about this one, where it says face selected cannot be, perpendicular to the sketch plane. But these similar situations will cause like no peripheral loop, because if you basically what convert entities does is it looks at it from the same angle as the plane that you're sketching on, which is this. But the thing is that circle just looks like a line basically to that, basically to SolidWorks, that is like looping onto itself. So it's just really weird. So intersection curve. So keep in mind I'm still sketching on the front plane. If I grab this face and instead say intersection curve, it gives you the line, because this is where this circular face crosses the front plane. So, I mean, this is like a simple example, and you could, of course, just draw a line there, right? But it's definitely helpful when you have more complicated surfaces. Like if, for example, I dome this. So I do something like that, have a dome now. Then I sketch. So I wonder what it says if I say convert entities to this. Okay, that's interesting. So it did something, but it's actually not the right thing. So for example, if I want to make something that just touches this surface, I need to refer to this edge here. And sometimes you can grab it as a silhouette edge. You might be able to convert that. But a surefire way is to just pick the surface and say intersection curve. Does it? Yeah, it absolutely does. That's why I love it so much. So, you know, I have a great example here. Let me change the color of this sketch to, let's do like orange. Turn off real view. So we have that. So if I go ahead and I change the dome, you see the intersection curve updates too. So in theory, if I go to my other part and change the curvature of this, it should twist the rivet a little bit in accordance to the new intersection curve. And, you know, the rivet should be in the right place, in the right orientation. So it's a very powerful tool. I like it very much. But yeah. Yeah, and the last step. Yeah, all these great questions. You know, I really miss being here, I think. Really miss it. Alright, yeah, so I have to do indent again, because the limitation of indent is that you can only apply it to one body at a time. But if you have a bunch of these little things... So you see, it's like not only creating the hole, but since the rivet actually kind of digs into the leather, so to speak, it actually makes the space for that too. So if I do a cross section, and let's not show section cap. Actually, I think that was the wrong option. Show section cap. Well, I guess that's fine. It's not. I was hoping it would show the materials even in the cross section, but it's not doing that. But yeah, we basically have a pretty snug fit. Yeah, run an interference detect. Yeah, let's do it to really be sure. So yeah, let me change my settings. So let's turn that back. Yeah, you don't need real view on, but it just makes it. I like the way it looks. But yeah, you just want to go to evaluate interference detection. Is right here. Yeah, I remember. And I think I could just, has a whole part in there. Calculate. Might take a second to run. Ooh, that is interesting. It found a oh yeah, because of the new fillets. Yeah, so we can fix these. That's a great point. So there and there. So I know how to fix those. And that makes sense. So it's the strap is interfering with the with the curved surface of the inside, because remember I just did a thin boss extrude, so it's a straight thing going into a curved thing. So there and there, which all of this is fixable. So we now know our information, so we need to just we could run indent a couple more times basically. So if I indent, for example, this body, and then pick the main body, you see now it indents the fillet into it, so we'll see that. If I hit OK, turn it around. Remember, this is the side that we did indent on. Now the fillet has been indented onto this body, whereas this one we haven't done any treatment to. We can just do the same thing again. Indent this to that. Right, so that gets rid of a couple. So I think for this last one, yeah, I think I'm going to basically indent the strap, which technically you don't have to do, because we understand that the strap is flexible, and in reality it's just gonna fit the curvature. But let's just say that it is an intersection that we wanted to get rid of. We could say that, cut. Yep, and it should just get rid of all of the stuff that interferes with it. Actually, let me just apply it to the whole body. There we go. So now I have the little thing that fits perfectly there. Run interference. Just thinking about it. No interferences. We did it. Yep, so indent, very cool. Very cool feature. It needs to be able to do multiple bodies. I know. I think that would be... The thing is, people sleep on indent. I think it's one of the best commands in the entire software. But yeah, it has a lot of weird... It has a lot of weird limitations, I guess you could say. I really wish you could put more than one thing as a target body. That would also make it very helpful. The second thing is to just keep cut on by default, because indent can be used in another way, but the way that I just described it, you have to turn on cut, and this is the thing that makes it as useful as it is. Yeah, given combine consumes the tool. That's exactly what I was saying. And actually, going back to Fusion 360, when someone was asking what do you like about SOLIDWORKS over Fusion 360, Fusion 360 doesn't have indent, because it's a weirdly specific command, but it's a very useful one at the same time. But if you wanted to do what I did in Fusion 360, you would have to make actually 2 additional copies of this, and so you would have to have 3 of them just stacked on top of each other. One to be there in the end, one to subtract from this, and the other to subtract from this. Oop, I didn't even mean to pick things. So it's workable, but it's one of the reasons I like SOLIDWORKS is it has a very good suite of tools. You have combined with a check mark to keep cutting tool. Oh, if they have that, that's new to me. So then my I guess my complaint is invalid in that case. At least the version of 360 I used was a couple years ago. It didn't have it, and I even looked it up. I searched it, and it's like yeah, the method is to copy the body and then subtract one of them, basically. So if they did that, that's very good for The software. Yep. All right. Then my complaint is invalid. Good to know. But I think this thing came out really well. So let's just give it a once over. You know, versus our. So there's our reference image. Versus that, and else, let me say display tangent edges removed. Cool tracing. Yeah, no, I just, you know, just a bunch of line segments. I think this, you know, thankfully this one was not too bad. You know, I was just telling a story while I did it too. I think overall it's pretty good. I think the only thing I would change is actually to make this logo just a little bit bigger, like it has in this. Turn perspective on. Yeah, I think I have the overall size pretty good, and the spacing of the ears. Yeah, let me see if I can make the logo a little bigger. You know, it's going to be a little bit suspect because I used. Yeah, I use fully defined entities, but yeah, nobody look. That's okay, you can look. But what I'm just gonna do is I'll box everything, and I'll say search make block. Yeah, let's see. Where do I want the insertion point? Maybe I'll just have it right at the tip here. Feels like you made the ends trim to a point while the image has a thickness at the end. Yeah, let me look. Oh. Yeah, I tried to make the thickness correct as much as I could. You know, I'm only human. But I think if I could do that and then just use that feature to make it larger. I wonder how much this will break. Actually, just a little bit larger, 20%. Yeah, we have errors. It's fine. Let's see what it will take to fix. Alright, we just gotta let it run for a bit. But overall, like once we fix the errors, I think that's a little bit more to my liking. Yeah, there isn't too much reference images out there. It's like all from like the same angle-ish. Like this is definitely the best one. Oh boy, alright. So the wrap completed, so let's Phantom, there we go. Wrap completed, so that fails. Yeah, because that's the act of me turning it into a block is what's causing these errors. Because now the references are broken, but it's okay. So I can just do that and say select closed loop. And that should restore it. Yep, it looks like it sure did. It takes a lot of time too. So this one's gonna fail too. just vibing. Man, this one's taking a real long time. Oh, this one actually completed. Yeah, it looks. You see, it's a reference error. Big oof. Select closed loop. Clear. Selection manager. Iris says, "Good news! You got a job side gig in SolidWorks, dude. That is awesome. I'm glad SolidWorks I'm glad your talent's getting recognized. You have you're very proficient at this. More like on probation for about a year. Not sure when I go full time. Yeah, no, just take it one step at a time, man. Whatever way you can earn the money and not pull your hair out, is that's a win. Closed loop. Check. No, that's a spam comment. Get out of here. Remove. Yeah. Sorry about that. Alright, anyway. Let's put this back. Alright, so these should restore. Mostly. Yeah, and unfortunately this had... I wonder if I can restore this somehow. So this is one of the only times that that's one of the only times that intersection curve will break is, if the face changes. It changes like identity, so to speak. Here, let me try this though. I'm just gonna delete and re-add it, I think. And that tangent. Yeah, we're almost done. Save. Yeah, we know. We're gonna save them. I spent so much time. Yeah, so looks like what happened. You have the entire body. Changed. So it lost it. There we go. Hooray. Oh, well. Get in there. I think I like that. I think that was worth it. Alright, very cool. So I think what I'll do, I don't think I'll render it because it's getting kind of late. Yeah, it looks like this is the worst thing to happen. A linked entity breaks. Yeah, it is what it is. Plans to crack out the old 3D printer on this? Oh, let me... Yeah, not tonight, but let me see if we could do it over the weekend. And, you know, I'm planning to have another stream over the weekend. Maybe I can do... maybe I can do... show you the setup on stream. I think that would be kind of cool. But let me just modify it. Yeah, because I think I'm just gonna... I'm not gonna render... I'm not gonna 3D print it like right this moment. But yeah, it is a cool piece. I really like this. I'm just adjusting the mapping of... Why does it change like that? Cute. Yeah, multiple bodies. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's a good question. Well, it's not really the save; it's the rebuilding, and we can check that out. I suspect it's the sweeps. Those are always like pretty computationally expensive. My God, it's hung up on feature 53. Wait, what? I just fixed it, though. Man, that gives me pain. Let me see if I can't reload it, because I'm pretty sure I saved it right before I tried that. Okay, so... yeah, for some reason, that sweep fails when you try to... Oh, that's interesting. Where are these? Yeah, so a sweep fails when you try to rebuild it. Not really sure why that is, but... let me just try and adjust the mapping of this. I want the graininess to come out a little bit more. Alright, I think that's kind of cool. Perspective. Now I was just trying to find an angle of this that I like. Maybe if we roll that. So you can kind of see the strap in the back. Save. Just get this out to a PNG. I think that's looking pretty good. Now it's time to edit. I'll just put some settings on. I think this came out really well. This is CAD model of the day. I already forget. 1096. Kiriko's Headband Overwatch 2. I thought about doing it. Honestly, I'm retiring the model of the day project. I'm thinking, actually tomorrow, because tomorrow's my birthday, and that's when I started it 3 years ago. So it would be like 3 years, as a unit. So the thing is, it was cool while it lasted. I think so. So I think just the future, it's just me doing larger, more complicated models over longer periods of time. I think that's the future for right now. And it's just not getting the same engagement. So I think, as fun as it was, I mean, it definitely had a peak where it was just, was getting exposed to like all sorts of audiences. I think people just got bored of it, and so did I, in a way. It's no secret that some of my models have been like kind of like simple, right? So I think I just need to do something else. But the nice thing is now with 1,000 models, I made a lot of goals. One of my goals is to have content to talk about. I have over 1,000 models now. Some of them very complicated. A lot of them with like shorter but like more interesting. So if I'm ever bored on a stream, no one has any suggestions for me, I just reach my hand down there in that puddle of 1,000 models and pull something out and talk about it. A lot of them animations with motion and stuff like that. There's so much to talk about, and that's the nice thing is that it was just so such a large variety of topics. Like someone could say, hey, could you show me something with weldments? I've done plenty of them. Show me something with surfaces? Like, yeah, right here. How about something with sheet metal? Not as much, but I have some. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think just right now, like I'm kind of burnt out on the project, and I think people are burnt out on seeing it. And to be honest with you, one of the regrets that I have is that I think I should have ended it at 1,000. That's really it. I feel like there was like a decline in quality. My last 100. Categorize them into a course. I think that's an absolutely great idea. And actually, what I'll probably do, is I need to collate all of them together. So I have them all backed up in my Google Drive, but I need to make sure that all of them made it on there, and I have all of them at my beck and call. And then I think I just need to go like one by one and just like put tags on them. Just like, oh, this first one was a balloon. This is a good surfacing example. Next one. Oh, it was a shampoo bottle. Another good surfacing one. It's like, oh, this one was a picnic table. It's a weldments one, And then you just keep going, and then, maybe there's some way for me to create a database of like searchable models with tutorials. I think that would be very cool. And that's the other thing too. It's like if someone says, "Hey, do you mind trying Shaper 3D? Do you mind trying my CAD software? Do you mind trying FreeCAD?" And I'm like, I don't really know what to do in here. It's like, no, I check some of my past CAD model of the day, and just like, hey, let's try and do number 768 in this software and see how it works. I think there's so it's definitely served its purpose in getting more content. I've definitely gotten a huge, I've definitely gotten much more exposure for it. Just even though I wasn't posting videos, I was still posting the images, and was still getting discovered. Like it's crazy that after all that time being dormant, I actually kept gaining subscribers. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, so I solved that, but now that those two main goals were done, it's just kind of sitting there. Like the entire project is just sitting there, and it's not it's just not getting the engagement anymore. So I think I saw Mary say, to be fair, I don't get them in much of my feed anymore. I mean, that's what's brutal about the algorithm. You know, when you fall off like that, you know, even if you personally want to see it, if my followers as a whole are not enthused about you know, what I'm posting, you know, they say, oh, it must have not have been a banger, so we'll just bury this and show you something else. You know, that's at least how the Instagram algorithm works and stuff like that. But it was a fantastic project. I never missed a single day, surprisingly. I mean, there were some emergency ones I had to pull out. You know, actually, I did a couple CAD models using Tinkercad. You know, I did it on my phone because I went to a place. I thought I would be back earlier. It's like, oh, it's almost midnight. So there was a lot of goofy little models like that. But I never missed a single day. Yeah, and I guess the other thing is just to show you is like, you know, if you want to be good at CAD, you just kind of have to go out there and do it. Just try it. And, you know, what I'm hoping is like, you know, with this enormous collection of models, like if you wanted to start, there are some that are dead simple, you know, that you could scroll through. It's like, let me try and model that, you know, in my CAD of choice to learn it. You've been learning Japanese for 220 days. I'm jealous of you, actually. So a buddy of mine actually wants to organize a trip to Japan next year. So I've been meaning to learn at least a little bit, you know, so I'm not completely lost. You know, and I was learning, you know, like more than a year ago, where it was just, you know, I can write most of the hiragana syllabary, so I can write actually some of those and read I think it's called furigana, where, you know, there's like manga, but you know, whenever there's a kanji, they tell you how to say it, basically. So I've fallen off of that too, you know. Definitely need to get back on that. So you've inspired me. But yeah, just consistency. It's the name of the game, and I think part of there being like simple models, I think, is also the key to consistency. It's like whenever you go to the gym and you start working out, like the inclination is like, I'm gonna spend 3 hours every day in here and I'm gonna start working out until I'm fit. And then what happens? You burn out after like a week or two at most, because you went too hard. You know, you're gonna be sick some days. Some days are gonna be, you know, more loaded than others. But, you know, just the fact, if you can pick yourself up and go and even walk on a treadmill for 15 minutes, hey, at least you made it to the gym. You know, might not be the most, you know, calorie burning, muscle building workout ever, but you made it there. You made the effort, and you're building that consistency. You're building that habit. And I think that's the other important thing that my project shows. You only do it on Firefox. But yeah, like for example, if you go here, like this one, dead simple. It took me 15 minutes. I probably spent more time putting the colors on it, you know, more than the actual geometry. But sometimes it's a tougher day. Like, you know, that wasn't too hard either. Neither was this. I mean, this one was a little more interesting. Fortune cookie was a little tricky. You know, so some days, like, you know, I feel a little bit more, you know, excited and I want to try something new. Yeah, and sometimes Sometimes the thing is with a project like this one where you're posting literally every day, like it's easy to forget that every day is it's a brutal time frame. Because I actually got COVID a couple of weeks ago. I still made my model there too. I had to set the night shift on my computer to maximum brightness because it just hurt to look at things. But yeah, like every one of these, that's what I like about some of these too. A lot of them have a story. Like here, I was in a trip to Las Vegas. Barely had time to do anything. I think this very day I walked like 30,000 steps. Like I barely had time to do anything, but I was like, I saw a couple poker chips. Let's do some poker chips. Not too bad. This one is funny. That's a really funny comment. The same number. But this I drove from the state of Maryland to the state of Florida in one day. I spent not 20 hours, I'm sorry. It's closer to 17 or 18 hours driving. But, you think about it and you're like, how do you model something when 18 hours is spent on the road? Well, I literally did this at a rest stop and, I had 10 minutes for it. It's okay. Don't have to do the most complicated thing ever. Just got to step in the gym and run on the treadmill or walk on the treadmill a little bit. You just step in, do it. Keep that consistency. Yeah, it really was a wonderful project to be a part of, though. The most important thing is to just do it. 100% agree. Not every one of them is going to be a banger. That's fine. When you're doing 1,000 of these, can't let it get to you. Like this one was, I was probably having a tough day there too. I like the cookie though. Did a lot of fun ones. I'm trying to remember when I got sick and which ones I did. Oh yeah, this is the 1,000 one. Even this is like kind of simple. That's fun. I mean, it's also cool when you get the simple and fun logos. That's why I love Nike's logo. Yep, just do it. Just do it. Yeah, but every day I was sick, every day I was happy, every day I was sad. Every day I spent with my friends, every day I had a lazy day. This is one thing you could count on for the past 3 years. This was a cool render. I like this one. Yeah, sometimes it was just me solving my little problems. Like how to drill a hole that's offset on another hole. It didn't work all that well, to be honest. Yeah, this is before I left for Pennsylvania. I modded my truck to have 2 batteries. Because the property I bought has no electricity on it. So I turned my truck into a little power station. It was a fun one. This one was a very interesting one. Like there's also like models like this where it's like I just want to try something crazy, Like I've never routed like a rope like this before. It was just my platform to experiment. Yeah, the lucky clover. I look at it. I could have put a little bit deeper green on this. 7-leaf clover. is this? Oh, I just realized this doesn't have the this doesn't have the watermarks on it. That's hilarious. I never noticed. It's like that one sticks out. Oh yeah, this one was cool. Even though it doesn't really do anything. Just a cool shape. Alright, I saw it and I'm like, I kinda want to try it. Or I do something like this where, you know, I put my equation skills and other relationship skills to the test, where I just have like a terminal block where you could just put whatever number of terminals you need, and the model just rebuilds itself. That's a cool one. Oh, the laser pointer is a cool one. Yeah, I should do a tutorial on this. So this one's pretty goofy. You know, I'll just say really quickly. So basically, from this laser pointer, there is a cylinder that extends and goes through the wall. And basically, I use intersection curve between the cylinder that extends, like basically acting like the laser beam. So use intersection curve and just color that face red. And whenever you move this in a different angle, the intersection curve updates, and the spot that it shines on, it changes too. You know, it's just a lot of stuff that, you know, really really pioneered, I guess. I don't say pioneered. It's just, you know, there was some things I looked at, I'm like, I wonder if I could do that, and, you know, I did. This was hard. I'm not gonna lie. Someone gave me this little puzzle, and actually figuring out which ones are the same, which ones are handed, and how they fit together, very challenging. Yeah, that one took me longer than I care to admit. A good old boob light. Alright, well, I mean, I could keep looking at this for a long time. Oh, that's kind of cool. If you go on a... Oh, did I do 3? Yeah, I did 3 animations in a row. That's crazy. You know, I know a guy who does fluid flow simulations. I think he would really like to see really like to you know, play around with this in SolidWorks Flow Sim. Yeah, I would like to see that. Milk carton was actually a little bit more challenging than you'd expect to just get the folds right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of models were like this, where it's like, you know, there's like models that are kind of high effort, but they look kind of meh, you know. But it's just like, you know, I do this for the challenge, you know. I don't do this for clout, you know. It's just, I just wanted to show people the different kinds of things they could do. Oh yeah, here's some fluid flow. Doesn't look as good as the one that Virus had on the Discord. You know, it's like a little grainy looking. Yeah, here's the overshot water wheel. People like this one. The hourglass that doesn't preserve volume. Yeah, this was a cool thing. Waving flags. Alright, I really need to get to actually like posting this. Alright, so let's start with my Twitter. It's good to be back. Check the model that I made today on stream. Kiriko's from Overwatch 2. So this is CAD model of the day 1096. Tomorrow will be 1097, and I think that'll be the last one. And that is not to say that, you know, I'll never pick it up again. You know, there could be a time in the future where, you know, I'll start picking it up again. And keep going. So close to 1100 though. 1100. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Let's decide that tomorrow, I'd say. I mean, it's like I don't want to keep it going for too long because it's kind of almost like a zombie project at this time. But we do like nice round numbers. Just add the Overwatch 2. And I'll put hashtag Kiriko. And let's go to here. Change that to a colon. Alright, so there's the first one. That's annoying. I have to navigate every time. At least right here. Post. Let's do this. Done. Post. Yeah, and honestly, come to think of it, saying that, you know, you've done something for 3 years and you've done something for over 3 years, I guess that sounds a little bit cooler. So that's one thing that 1100 has going to it. I could say that I did it for over 3 years, even though it's only by like 3 days. Just leave it normal. No one's gonna count, so it's an easy dub. Yeah, I think so. You know, right now I am on the side of making 1100 the last one. I think that would be pretty cool. And then we could close the book on this chapter, and then we open up a new one with streams and cool models and stuff like that. Man, it really is a change to these ones. You know, this one's like a lot more visually interesting. Yeah. He sure has. Yeah, Beeple is actually one of my inspirations, or basically the main inspiration for starting Model of the Day. Yeah, that's insane how he's able to do that. Yeah, but I think the important distinction to make is that in the end, I am not Beeple, and I don't want to be exactly like him. And I think what people would want to see, at least from me, I think the thing about Beeple is that he has this amazing talent that he can create a visually stunning render. If a lot of them being politically charged in whatever way, and a lot of them being memes, but if you watch the interviews with him, he only spends half an hour on it. And that's a thing. Yeah, it's I guess that's you get that way after doing it for 15 years. But what takes me 30 minutes, for example, this takes me 30 minutes, and it's just not interesting, I guess. If you think about this, of course, yeah, I was talking, but I've been streaming for 4 hours now. That's not sustainable. So definitely a change in the medium is something important too. It's something important to consider with these. Oh yeah, I mean there could be a way where I just pump out models every 15 minutes, but and I thought about that too. It's what if I just leave this sketch underdefined and just keep going, But I like doing good work. You could look at any of these and practically all the sketches are fully defined and have real values in them. Some of them have details underneath. There's detail underneath here you're not seeing. But I do it because it's something that I enjoy. But yeah, I think it's gonna be. Yeah, I'll just leave that there. Yeah, I mean, in the end, you're gonna carve your own path, Or that's what I tell myself, at least. Make a nice end up. I think so, and and that's the thing is, in the end, it's not it's not I'm never gonna model ever again. I'll keep doing it. And just I dream about making mechanisms and animations that are more complex, but I can't do in an evening. Well, yeah, being a content creator it's hard, but it's fun. And I'm glad I got to talk with all of you. A lot of great people came by. Still wondering about Yaya though. But I think that's what's gonna do it for this episode. Man, I really enjoyed the way this came out. I'm just looking at it. That's how you do a good job when you look at it and you're like, man, I really like this. This is my new favorite thing. That's what my boss says. I model something. It's this is my new favorite thing. Yeah, no, but I think it's right now. It's probably 4 or 5 a.m. Yeah, I did that. I sure did. All right, but that's all I got for you today. I think this was a good coming back stream. There is a stream tomorrow on my birthday, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow, right? Yep, finish that landing gear, man. All right, see you later, guys.
Yvette Young. I actually have her stuff. I actually have some of her songs downloaded. She's pretty great. But yeah, now I'm gonna go listen to some Yvette Young, shred on some guitar, Midwest emo, but it's crazy guitar. I don't know if you saw that one. That's a great clip from her. But yeah, all right, guys, for reals, peace. Have a great night. Love you all. Good to be back. See ya.